We are going to be watching the Nerd Super Bowl today, Ethan Klein versus HASAN Piker. It is going to be very psychically damaging. We are going to have some cardiovascular emergencies throughout the stream. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I work for the Valor Media Network, which is trying to create better content for young men and men in general. We are breaking down the alternative YouTube and Twitch media space, which is sometimes drama, sometimes politics. We do that because there's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young men who are lost in that space, who are effectively, I would say, following false prophets. One of those false prophets is HASAN Piker. He's a moron, but he's a very attractive moron. And he has some of the dumbest and most simplistic geopolitical takes I've ever heard in my entire life. And for that reason, because he's handsome and because he's stupid, he's very popular. And so as a result, he is Turkish. So he's sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. He was co-host on a lefty podcast called Leftovers with a Jewish gentleman by the name of Ethan Klein, who is also a very popular podcaster. And they had a split politically and in friendship because of the October 7th massacre and the ensuing political crisis. So they did tit for tat for about a year, and then they finally had an in-person debate about the conflict and also the harassment that Ethan Klein, the Jewish gentleman, has received. And so as a result, they are having a very popular debate, and that's what we're going to be breaking down today. So for the sake of the VOD watchers, we're just going to get into it, but I do parasocially love all the people in chat, and I will be reading their comments and breaking down the content intermittently.
Hello, HASAN Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just
let me know if the volume is
here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's gonna be
HASAN,
too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
So I viciously agree with HASAN Piker, so this is the nicest that I can be. Ethan Klein does want to talk about the content. There was another creator who's involved in the drama named iDubbbz, who was friends with Ethan Klein and then backstabbed them in a content cop, which is one of his popular series, and effectively talks smack about Ethan Klein, despite Ethan Klein being the center of a whirlwind of harassment. This has been viewed negatively by anybody who's sympathetic with Ethan Klein. And so one criticism that I have of the debate is that Ethan Klein does want to talk about the drama, iDubbbz, relationships, working relationships, harassment, backing up your friends, all that kind of stuff. Whereas HASAN Piker is trying to exclusively focus on the geopolitical issues of Israel-Palestine. And I think that's because, one, that's probably the more important conversation. But then two, he does not, right? I don't think that HASAN Piker has very strong arguments when it comes to the social dynamics of the situation, which is why he barely tries to defend it. And then Gen X says, post a Discord link today if you can in this chat, please. Yeah, sure. I'll figure that out on the sidebar while I let them get through the intros.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on one second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religion.
So hold on. So what is Ethan snorting? Looks like a coke fiend. Actually, the only amphetamines that he's on are going to be prescription amphetamines for ADHD or ADD. He does have Tourette's, so you'll see him do this little like arm thing where he like flexes his forearm and then he shakes his head and he does all this kind of stuff and he stretches his neck and all that. I wouldn't be surprised if some of that is like nerve pain as he's getting older, but the man does have Tourette's, so we're not going to pick on him too much. There's a Discord link in chat if you guys do want to go ahead and join the Discord if you're so interested. And then with the Zionism definition, I've already pre-watched some of this, so I'll jump ahead. Is with Ethan's definition, he says that in general, it's the belief that Jews can occupy and create a homeland for Jews in the Palestinian area. Obviously, that's kind of like a sanitized definition if you're an anti-Zionist, whereas HASAN Piker is going to have a more spicy take, saying that Zionism is rooted exclusively off of ethno-religious supremacism, which is potentially true. But I think defenders of Israel will often say, hey, we have like a 20%, 30% Arab Palestinian population within the state of Israel that are citizens. And so it's clearly not like an ethno-religious supremacist state because we don't like segregate aggressively within Israel proper. As a matter of fact, we have plenty of Arab Palestinians who are incorporated into Israeli society. However, when it comes to the West Bank or when it comes to Gaza, oftentimes these are people who are trying to kill us. And so if you're analyzing it from a secular lens, they'll say that that isn't motivated by ethno-religious bigotry, but it is motivated by like geopolitical reality and the tribal identities that are common in the area. Why is Hasan talking real slow? Because he's dumb. Now, if we want to do 1.25, we can, but we are just starting, so I don't want to insist that we have them talk faster than normal.
Religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
I already feel like that's, sorry for pausing so often. I know that we have a substantive amount of content to get through. However, I do think that these things are important. He's already taken a position that I think is too progressive. This might fly in Los Angeles. This might fly in New York. This might fly with Hasan Piker's chat, where he's like, the establishment of Israel is a bad thing. Like most Jews, even diaspora Jews, even Jews who are in the state of Israel, they're going to say that the establishment of Israel, while violent, was necessary to safeguard the existence of the Jewish people, considering a third of their population got wiped out. And then here's the thing, when you're saying like ethno-supremacist, eliminationist policies. Well, in 2023, Israel's population was roughly 74% Jewish, 21% Muslim, 5% Christian, and 1.6% Druze. And what Ethan Klein would say is that 99% of the time, if you're walking around in Israel proper, all these people are going to get along. So how do you say that you have like an apartheid, eliminationist, segregationist, murderous, authoritarian state, which you can in reference to Gaza and the West Bank, but you also have a 21% Muslim minority who are a part of society, at least according to Ethan Klein. Now, have I gone to Israel myself in order to ask all the Muslims that live within Israel proper whether or not they vibe with the Jews? No, I haven't. But there are examples, for instance, on October 7th of Arab Muslims who live, well, I guess not Arab, but Muslims who lived in Israel who were killed as a part of October 7th. And there was also examples of those same Muslims trying to save Jewish civilians from the onslaught of Hamas. So I think it's infinitely more complicated than just saying like this side good, this side bad. But, you know, here we are. Jeff Lewis says, when are you getting memberships for this channel? We should already have them. I activated them. Maybe there's an activation step that I missed. But, you know, again, my apologies. We are doing a lot of back end stuff. We actually do have an editor that's been hired for this channel exclusively in order to help me with chopping and dropping VODs and to help with back end work. I'll go ahead and tag that editor and ask, you know, it's part of the Valor thing, but I'll ask them to, you know, basically double check what I did with the memberships and see what's missing. And Philip Coffey says, good morning, Connor. Thanks for taking the psychic damage through all this. It really helped distract while recovering deviated septum surgery. Well, you're welcome, sir. I'm happy I can distract you from your destroyed, your broken nose through taking psychic damage on your behalf. So anyways, I'm totally okay with both of these perspectives like existing simultaneously, where Ethan might be a little bit too lefty, but he's more sanitizing the state of Israel, and then HASAN PIKER being infinitely more critical. But I think the truth, as always, is going to be somewhere in the middle.
I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not? I've
participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
a
interviewing
journalist while that was happening?
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian.
This is pretty petty. I'm not gonna lie. This is like mad petty to be like debating Israel, Palestine, and all that kind of stuff. And then Ethan Klein being like, "Hey, that hit piece video. Some of your friends were doing cringe stuff. Why didn't you do the cringe stuff with them? Is it because you're embarrassed of them?" And there's no way that HASAN can be like, yeah, actually, I did think the Fortnite dance was kind of cringe, and I did want to avoid being in the rest of the video because I did feel like the vibes were off. He can't do that, because if he does that, he screws over iDubbbz, he screws over Frogan, he screws over Denims, he screws over Sean DeBlack, who all participated in the hit piece video. Now, whether or not he feels that way, the truth is he's friends with these people, so he might not even feel that way. He might just be like, listen, y'all have fun, but I'm not going to be doing the Fortnite L dance. You know, I can only do what I can do in order to contribute to the video that I feel like is in line with my aesthetic. And he is the richest, most powerful part of that group. So he really can call the shots. Like, even iDubbbz can't compel HASAN to do anything he doesn't want to do. So I think Ethan Klein's being petty and kind of like poking the bear, poking the lion a little bit. But it is kind of funny to, you know, poke the bear or poke the lion, especially if you don't like HASAN. So Harmonic Fox says, good morning, y'all. Ready to take psychic damage? I mean, y'all better be, because this is one of the most psychically damaging pieces of content in the past 5 years. So Jeff Lewis says, take my money. Well, thank you kindly for the donation. It is appreciated. Several orgs have characterized the situation as apartheid for what it's worth, including laws in Israel. Sure, Commander Haircut. The thing that I think that we need to concede is that there is still like ethno-religious bigotry, especially in the extremes of Israeli and Palestinian society. If you talk to the people in Gaza or the West Bank, they're going to say, oh yeah, Jews are like a plague, they're vermin, they're this, they're that. But also, one of the things that I was watching was one of the most dominant settler activists, somebody who wants to colonize and settle the West Bank and Gaza. She was talking in absolutely like horrific terms about the people of Palestine, because she views them as biblical echoes of the Philistines of the original establishment of Israel. So she knows that they're human beings. Like, if you asked her in the interview, are they human beings? She's like, yeah. But then you're like, do you care about their like welfare or well-being? And she's like, nah, not really. I think I focus more on the settler project. So obviously that is the attitude that you're talking about, right? Is it the Louis Theroux documentary? Yep. Yep. That's the I saw probably like a 10-minute clip from that this morning, and then I saved another 2 or 3 clips involving the same settler activist, because it seemed like, I don't know how popular she is in Israel, but she does seem like a distillation of the worst elements of settler colonial ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist, eliminationist rhetoric, as Hasan Piker would say.
You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches, you in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay, so,
by the way, you believe that the likes
fine.
were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Sorry, real quick. I heard somebody say Discord ping, and you're right. I had to turn off streamer mode in order to get the Discord invite for chat. And then it's never easy for me to find. It's such a pain in the ass because obviously I'm a boomer. But I really wish it was like part of the streamer mode. I really wish it was part of like the default profile settings where it was super easy to just go on and off, because it's such a pain in the ass. Because I go into settings, my account profile seems like it should be here, and then it's not, and it's like tight. So I'll figure it out. I'll Google it on the side. So if I'm not doing commentary for the next couple of minutes, my apologies, but I do want to eliminate the Discord ping for chat as well, so they don't have to keep hearing that shit.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, sorry, I have to pause and make a comment on that. That is totally bitch made. Obviously, these people have been sniping on, they've been sniping on content for like weeks or months. And the major contention from Ethan Klein is that people used clips of his family getting sick from a disease called Giardia, which is a fecal-related disease. They had dogs, and then everybody in the house got sick, including the dogs, and they use that as a pretext on which to call Child Protective Services to say he's a negligent father who is allowing his family to like swim in fecal matter. And so this was something that was narrativized by Bad Empanada. It's something that was platformed by Denims, who is a Hasan Piker orbiter. And, Denims was in the hit piece video that was produced by iDubbbz that Hasan Piker also participated in. And so Hasan is obviously, in my opinion, he's obviously aware of this being a central focal point of why Ethan Klein is so pissed off at Hasan Piker, at iDubbbz, at Denims, at Frogan. And then let me find the streamer mode. But the point is that like him being like, what? It's like, dude, you know that this is 33% of the drama. So why are you pretending that you have no idea what he's talking about? And then the other frustrating thing is Bad Empanada is a total psychopath, and Hasan Piker has been platforming him recently and normalizing his content.
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS, I don't know, maybe, sure, okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hasan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hassan, I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You,
podcast.
I don't.
No,
I,
what do you mean? You
I
brought this
don't-
up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I
Let
know
me
what
say
you're
my piece.
saying. We've all
You
been
brought it up.
harassed. The internet
Let
is
me bring-
tough.
let
Whatever,
me say my
yada yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have an interest.
Yeah, this is a criticism of Ethan Klein, and it's not that he's not wrong. Okay, later on, HASAN PIKER proves the point that Ethan is making, which is effectively, rather than contending with what's being said and being concise, which, let's face it, I face issues with being concise, but rather than dealing with what's going on, Hassan wants to use this as a soapbox with which to further elucidate his positions on Israel-Palestine. But the truth is, that's not what's going on. This is a debate. There's issues in contention. They might be stupid things in contention, but there's issues in contention. And what Ethan has done already is he said, hey, how did you feel about the hit piece video that came out against me? How do you feel about the people using disease in my family as a reason to call the state and try to get my children taken away from me? What do you feel about the people that are around you? What do you feel about the people that are around you that you normalize that effectively made this possible? And what do you feel about like the fallout, the dramatic fallout from these efforts on these people's behalf? And so these are all valid questions, but Hassan wants to centralize it on like geopolitical issues, which I guess you could make an argument. It's like, okay, that's the more serious issue at play, which is true. But guess what? People love drama. People love the fights of the personalities. There's a reason why there was 100,000 live viewers on Ethan Klein's side, and there was 100,000 live viewers on Hassan Piker's sides. There's mainstream news programs that don't get that much viewership. So, yeah, we want to talk about Israel-Palestine, but we obviously want to talk about the drama surrounding it as well. And then RC says, have I seen the new Sodaz episode? If it's another Fallout one, I haven't, but when was it released? Because if it's in the past month, I've seen it. If it's in the past 2 days, I have not seen it. Philip Coffey says, it's blown my mind how quickly people start raising up Bad Empanada. The guy is toxic as these people come. Philip, that's actually one of my frustrations, but I think this is one of the things in the new media landscape where if somebody is not banned from YouTube or banned from Twitch or banned from Twitter, he gets banned from Twitter pretty often. But the point is, if that person isn't banned, he's allowed to create content. So similar to Nick Fuentes, he's on Rumble. I don't think he's leaving Rumble. I think he's on Kick. I don't think he's leaving Kick. He's on Cozy. He's not leaving Cozy. So you kind of have to, as long as these people aren't committing crimes, you kind of have to contend with them. And so I'm wondering if it's better to confront Bad Empanada because the Hassan crew has already blown up his social media presence. Whereas before he was treated as like a schizophrenic attack dog. Now they've normalized his social media presence. It was released 8 hours ago. Oh, excellent. I'll play it when I need a bathroom break. Which justifies people harassing every one of these leftist Fs, given Bad Empanada doxes threatens numerous people. I mean, that there was actually an argument where Bad Empanada claimed, I don't know if this is true, but he claimed to be the person who sent human skulls to Ethan Klein's house. For the people who are not aware of the extent of how far this drama has gone, there were, now they weren't like murdered skulls, okay? Apparently they were able to confirm the source, but somebody spent like $2,500 sending scientific human cadaver skulls to Ethan Klein's house, and Bad Empanada was psychotic enough to claim responsibility. Now, whether or not he actually did, who knows? He's effectively like a lefty degen psycho freak. But, there was somebody who warned me, like, hey, don't talk about Bad Empanada too much or else he'll focus in on you and he'll do some stalking and harassing stuff. I'm just going to say it right now. If Bad Empanada sends human skulls to my house and they cost $2,500 or $1,500, I'm not sending them back. I'm keeping those. Those are going to become a trophy back here. And so, sorry, they're mine now. like we're going to turn them into 3D printed, like I'm going to print out some servo skull stuff and they're going to become, props on my stream. You're not getting those back. So.
In conversation.
Who
Go
else
ahead.
also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please just hold on.
Wow,
and let me
wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay. Sometimes
Hawkslead brings up an important point. Skulls for the skull throne, question mark? Yeah, maybe we can piss off all the lefties so much they keep sending us skulls, and then we start building literally a skull throne back here. You know, my streaming chair will no longer be a gaming chair. It'll be like made out of skulls.
by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before.
Christian Valaris, sorry, I keep interrupting, but Christian Valaris, I don't think he responded. So there was, I'm going to say something that's kind of annoying. Sorry. What happened was on stream, Mike from PA jumped into my replies, pussy, retard. Sorry for, telling the truth, but it is. He's pusillanimous and he's very, very he's book smart. He's world dumb. He has no life experience, right? And so Mike from PA, dumb. Bad Empanada followed his, one of his orbiter friends. He orbits them, but he's their schizophrenic attack dog. He followed him into the reply section and started schizo posting. And somebody was like, oh, I've been following you for 8 years. And if you don't talk to Bad Empanada, I'm going to unsub from you. It's like, yeah, bro, I know you haven't been following me for 8 years because I haven't been doing this for 8 years. And then number two, 99% of my views are Warhammer, not politics. So I know you're not a huge fan of my politics, or else I would have seen you in chat lying again. But I also don't, I have a take on all comers perspective. So I said, I'll talk to Bad Empanada as long as he takes his schizo meds. And then Bad Empanada didn't respond. If he wants to have a conversation about geopolitics or whatever, and it's not like, ooh, I'm going to dox your house. I'm going to find your family. I'm going to stalk you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. If he doesn't schizo post or get real creepy in chat, I'll talk to him. But, he didn't respond. So if you see him adding me saying, yeah, let's talk, I'll talk. I don't care. The main thing that he wanted me specifically to find evidence of sexual assault and rape on October 7th itself, which I can and should do. So we'll do that. Just drama overwhelmed my schizo fight with Bad Empanada, so we'll do it. We don't need to be involved in the Middle East, miles away from us. We need to learn to mind our own business. We have our own problems. Horatio Mantooth, you are not in the wrong chat because I've seen you before, and I parasocially love you for being here multiple times. Everybody who watches a Counterpoint stream has a 3,000 IQ. However, this is very silly. You just said that we don't need to be involved in the Middle East and North Africa. I'm going to be real with you, okay? We are a net exporter of petroleum. Now we are, but that's because we figured out the technology of fracking. Just because we can export petroleum doesn't mean that the world petroleum market isn't in our interest. There's 3 locations with the largest proven oil reserves in the world. One of them is Venezuela, but Venezuelan oil is so dense that it needs to be cut with American, Saudi, or Iranian oil. And so Iran is hostile to us, and they're effectively the petroleum backers for Russia and for China. Saudi Arabia is friendly to us, so we need to maintain good relationships with them. Kuwait, Oman, Yemen, even Iraq to a certain degree we need a friendly relationship with, because there's so much oil and gas in this region that effectively fuels the entire world. And so while, yes, we can produce for our own needs, and yes, we can export it, making sure that this area is, relatively speaking, politically and physically stable to the point that the energy industry doesn't crash is wildly important. So saying we don't need to be involved in the Middle East is a geopolitically myopic perspective that I want you to move away from over time. I heard a rumor that the purchase was fast-tracked in a way that avoided payment confirmation and the company wanted them returned. Again, just a rumor. Yeah, I'm not returning that. Those skulls are mine, right? You on your channel now, lol, no need to apologize. Well, Valor still cuts up stuff from my home channel, so I try to, keep it PG-13. So, yeah. Mike from PA reminds me of a snake who grew arms and legs. I mean, you're not wrong, although I would say worm, not snake. Geopolitics, true. I wonder what Bad Empanada's favorite 40K faction is. I'm going to say Gene Stealer Cult. We need more McDonald's and KFCs over there. I mean, yeah, actually, Nang Un, you're not wrong. Literally, I keep saying literally. I'm trying to change it to actually. But in Kuwait, the pastime is not going out and getting drunk. The pastime is going to get fast food at the mall. So yeah, We need more fast food in here so we can make them all obese and happy, and then they'll stop killing each other because they're all obese and happy. So Horatio Mantooth says Israel has straight up stolen our intelligence. It's not even a conspiracy. Guess what? Okay, so sorry, Horatio Mantooth. You have like entry-level Groyper talking points. We steal intelligence, not just from Israel. Israel and us, we steal and trade intel all the time. Also, I don't know if you remember this, but during the Obama years, our CIA and our intel operatives were found to spy on all our European Union allies. Do you think that means that we should like end all our relationships with Europe because we spy on them? Everybody spies on everybody all the time. That's crazy. AIPAC has a huge influence on our Congress. I get what you were saying with petrol. Is it worth the BS? So hold on. What is it? PAC donations by country, because I'm pretty sure the reason why you're seeing a lot of anti-Israel sentiment is because there is like a huge Omani and UAE and Gulf state influence. So sorry, hold on. Let's go back one and see if I can get it doing the opposite way. Country, origin, total. So UBS Americas is Switzerland, Japan, Germany, UK, BAE, Canada. This isn't really what I'm looking for. So APAC total annual donations. Sure. So APAC did 51 million, 3 million in lobbying, outside spending 40 million. So 90 million, 100 million, 103 million. Qatar lobbying spending US. There was somebody who overtook Israel by like a factor of 5 recently. So Qatar has spent 6 billion since 2007. So let's go ahead and do some math. 6,000, 6 million, 6 billion, divide by 13 plus 5, 18. 333 million. So yeah, I'm not saying that AIPAC doesn't have influence on our Congress. They obviously do. But you also need to understand that Qatar has spent double their amount, right? So you need to realize that this is, just because you hear about AIPAC, it's true. That doesn't mean that other people aren't spending billions of dollars on influencing our foreign affairs. It's all true. An anonymous lizard asked an important question. Have you 3D printed any cool guns recently? I did finish the bolter and the heavy bolt pistol. I need to post my heavy bolt pistol content, and then I'm working on the Halo Magnum. So no, it's not available right now. So anyways, sorry, you guys are distracting from the content. Stop distracting me with interesting comments and questions. We need to be watching content. We need to be slopping it. So stop engaging me in thought-provoking questions.
Wow.
Before we, stop
That's sarcasm if you couldn't tell.
doing our podcast. And my position on this. I think it's completely
I
unacceptable.
know you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not,
things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay,
advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing.
Absolutely. We need to watch the brain rot leader says. Agreed.
And don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
editorial.
Which, by the way, this is an Ethan W right here, where he's like, hey, do you have anything to say about the fact that people called CPS? And I'm not saying whether or not you think it's morally good or not. I'm asking you whether or not the hit piece that you just conducted on me was fair to what was actually going on. And then Hasan is like, I don't have any opinions on that. And it's like, okay, well, then you're being a pussy, right? Because you could say, hey, yeah, I think you're being extremely hyperbolic towards my friends. They're getting pissed off. And so as a result, they're doing a hit job on you. But I think that the hit job is fair, or I think the hit job is not fair. You could own a position within that framework. He just doesn't want to because it forces him to actually make a, I don't know, a nuanced moral argument for whether or not Ethan Klein actually deserves the harassment that he's receiving. That is unrelated to the CPS call, to be clear. Well, Kissy John says, good morning, chat. Connor and chat. How is everyone doing this fine day? We're great. We're taking psychic damage already, and we're arguing about geopolitics, petroleum, and foreign lobbying. So we're doing fantastic.
I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty
sure,
obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about.
I love Ethan Klein giga chatting this, by the way, because effectively Hasan is like, oh, I thought we were here to talk about important things. And then Ethan's like, bitch, we're here to talk about the drama and geopolitics and whatever we want to talk about. We're multimillionaire, super successful people. Hundreds of thousands of people are tuning in. I care about parts of the drama. You're pretending that you don't care. And we're going to talk about geopolitics. I love every time he does this giga chat thing. And then also Hasan this is like a really easy, snaky debate tactic that a lot of people use where it's like, well, I'm not the person who made the content. And what you'll hear Ethan Klein say repeatedly, which I think is brilliant, is he says, I'm not asking you on whether or not you physically did or mentally did the bad thing. I'm asking you to comment on, make a moral judgment on what you think about it. And I think that's such a good way to trap someone rhetorically, where they're like, well, I wasn't involved. And it's like, okay, yeah, but you have a brain. You can think about it. You can comment on what you think about it. I think that's a really effective rhetorical strategy that Ethan Klein used.
Had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic.
From you asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sanitized language, bro. I'm going to let Ethan pop off. He does a really good job of popping off, but I do want to address this thing in chat. So is the super not pandery Palestine scarf ever addressed? That shit borders on self-parody. Yeah, dude, I would be pissed. I'm not going to lie. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Israeli. So I don't, this isn't my fight. But effectively, this is a Palestinian scarf that has a Palestinian flag. I understand that he thinks that Gazans are undergoing a genocide, which is why he's wearing it. But I'm pretty sure, I'm like 80% sure that on the bottom of it, it has the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the bottom left of it. And the Al-Aqsa flood is what they call the October 7th massacre. And so this is effectively like, imagine that I was an Irish person and they were engaged in terrorism against the UK. And then I wore a sash of the Irish Republican Army or the Irish Republic. And then on the bottom of it was, a geographic location, but it was also the location of like a terrorist attack against English people. And I was talking to an English person. You could still say that I'm justified in wearing it, but it's obviously an incendiary thing to do when you're supposed to be having this like highfalutin conversation about the geopolitical reality of the conflict, right? And this is another thing that I'm going to get pissed off on Ethan Klein's behalf. This is another thing that pisses me off. Is that I think that Ethan Klein would be more likely to be sympathetic to the Gazan plight and to the ongoing hostilities in Gaza and talk about it in scathing terms if people like Frogan weren't trying to say that October 7th was justified and good. If he didn't feel like he needed to pull teeth in order to get HASAN Piker to admit that sexual assaults and rapes happened, and also that murdering civilians is bad. So if it was easier to get obvious condemnations of the terroristic violence that occurred on October 7th, then I think that Ethan Klein would be more comfortable criticizing the IDF, which he already does substantively, but he would spend more time on that. But because the pro-Palestinian side sweeps for murder and for rape, he's like, okay, well, as a Jew, this makes me wildly uncomfortable because you're justifying terrorism. So as a result, I have to focus on the harassment I'm getting for insufficiently supporting terrorism. So, yeah, like I feel this is a totally baited, improperly formatted, obviously 80 IQ question, but that's HASAN Piker for you.
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my coverage? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that.
So hold on, we have another person who's fucking retarded. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. If it's such an effective strategy, is that why you got so mad about being asked to make a moral condemnation of Destiny? No, Penguin, you fucking retard. It's because idiots like you don't listen to the words being said. On the very first day and repeatedly, whenever asked about what Destiny did, I said that leaking homemade pornography to the point that it gets leaked onto the internet is reckless and retarded and sexually and socially fucking retarded and bad. Okay. And then whenever they asked, should you audio record consensual sexual encounters without the consent of the other person? I said, no, it's bad. And he should suffer the civil and criminal repercussions of his actions. Okay. That's a full-throated condemnation of his behavior. Okay. That's already a condemnation of his behavior. That's the equivalent of if you were asking me about October 7th, then I would say the rapes are bad and the murders are bad. Right. But then what I say after that full-throated condemnation of the behavior is that you, Penguin, and other people are asking me to call Steven a digital rapist or a sexual predator, which has connotations that are not only criminal, but then you argue that he should suffer those hyper-aggressive criminal penalties like being unemployed, being forced into poor housing, having a permanent record that affects all of his other aspects of his life. And I say, no, I don't think that's appropriate. So I make a pretty concise and normal argument about the facts on the ground. And then you guys say, you're a bad person unless you match my hyperbolic standard for what's going on with Steven. So no, I get pissed off at you because you're fucking retarded. So no, it has nothing to do with it. And if you were to make it parallel, HASAN, if he wanted to have a mature conversation about the situation, he should say, Hamas probably did commit some level of sexual assaults on October 7th, and anyone who did that action should be punished severely. That easy day, easiest thing to say on the planet. Same thing with murdering civilians. He should say, murdering civilians is a horrific tactic that is often not only counterproductive, it's evil. And it's criminal. Intentionally murdering civilians is horrific. But because he can add a but here, and I think most people would accept it, the plight of the Palestinians is so grievous that I am worried about what they're suffering right now. And I think that Israel is going to use it as a justification for ethnic cleansing, which, by the way, that's my position. I'm mildly pro-Zionist, but I still think that the Gazan civilian population is getting extremely effed over, and Israel is using October 7th as a casus belli and a blank check to do whatever they want to do with the Gazan population. That's my position. So he could still say, I want ultimate Palestinian liberation. I want a one-state solution. I want this. I want that. But he will, whenever somebody asks him about rape or murder, he dances around it for, minutes at a time, which he does do in this debate, and we'll analyze that in a moment. Whereas I don't dance around Stephen's crimes. You're just a pussy and a retard. Sorry for all the heavy-handed language, but I get frustrated with these people where we're talking about something completely different, and then they jump into my chat and they're like, what about Stephen, though? Okay, we addressed it 10,000 times. What else do you want? What else do you want? And if you want me to call him a sex predator, it's not going to happen. So go fuck yourself. How about that? Oh, please give me the condemnations. Please condemn him harder. Oh. John says, no, Connor. He wants you to call Destiny a sex predator. Okay. No. Fuck off. I think some people want bloodshed for condemnation to count. Yeah, I don't care. All right. Listen, you guys are all like one guide. You love it when I get one guide. You fucking love it. Whenever I start calling somebody retarded in chat, you fucking love it. So don't. I see viewers go up when I get one guide. So don't tell me you don't love it. All right. Anyways, continuing.
Rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Yo, this is crazy. Okay, this reaction is crazy to me. I understand why he does it, but this would never fly in the World War II generation. I swear to God, if there was I think this is legitimately what pisses me off generationally. Okay. I need to be passionate about it. I need to rant about it. Sorry, my apologies. I know you guys want to eat some. You want to put you're not little piggies. You guys are brilliant. You guys are all brilliant humans with 3,000 IQ, okay? However, I know that at some point you want to hit like a flow with content, which is totally fine, but I want to tell you specifically why this pisses me off. I was raised with the World War II generation. My grandparents were World War II veterans. My veteran grandfather on my father's side was a CB. He was an engineer, and he was in the Pacific campaign, and he helped build buildings after the Marines took the islands. I think the closest he got to Japan was Guam. But realistically, like, let's face it, serving during World War II was probably terrifying, even if you were a pogue, right? And then my mother's father was a B-17 navigator, and he started serving in 44. So it was still like a year and change before the end of the war. And he didn't really talk about his bombing missions a lot, but he did talk about how he was ecstatic to have served at a time where he got to fly prisoners of war home. There were half-starved Americans and Brits and French people who were captured by the German regime, and he was able to take those half-starved men who were, thank God, able to survive the war, and he was able to fly them back into friendly territory, and that was one of like the proudest achievements of his life. And so the whole narrative around that was that the United States of America didn't go into World War II in order to save the Jews, but the Holocaust was so horrific, the industrial slaughter of hundreds of thousands, if you're Nick Fuentes, or millions of people, was so horrific that it shocked the consciousness of the world, despite genocide being a thing throughout history. But it shocked the consciousness of the Western world to the point that they could not allow a massacre to happen again. Okay? So America went into World War II. I thought they were dragged into it. I mean, relatively speaking. But let's face it, once Pearl Harbor happened, we kind of went in, both feet. So to have this symbol used in a hit piece against a Jew, and let's face it, this is knowingly. The cameraman saw the swastika. They took the picture anyways. They angled it. They saw the swastika. They took the picture anyways. And of course, they think they're being sarcastic, but this is all in the context of, I don't know, 1,300 people being butchered on October 7th. This is all in the context of Israel responding and allegedly killing 65,000 people, right? So the fact that making this face and then holding up a swastika, you think it's like a joke or a shit post, it just tells me that you're a child. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't care about what you're talking about. You're a fucking idiot. There's no way that I could take HASAN PIKER. Like let's open invitation, okay? I know that we have dozens of beautiful souls in my chat, not tens of thousands, but open invitation. If HASAN PIKER wanted to travel to Israel together and actually go look at 1, Israel, 2, safe areas of Gaza, 3, areas of the West Bank that we can travel to with high chances of not getting murdered, we could go do that. There is 0% chance that after traveling to a war zone where you see people starving and dying, that you would be able to do this and just say it's a joke, or you would be able to scoff and dismiss it the way that HASAN PIKER does. 0% chance. So these people are, I'm just going to be real. It's my stream. We're on Counterpoints instead of Valor. These people are retarded fucking children. They're multi-millionaire retarded fucking children. And if they were my children, I'd be fucking embarrassed by their conduct. And I would be calling them on the phone in order to chew their asses out and tell them to make a public fucking apology. Okay? So this is abominable behavior, and his reaction to it is fucking repulsive.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
It's a manji. Fuck yourself, idiot.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already.
A TV show that he doesn't watch.
That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about.
He purchased it as a meme because he called it a swastika sword.
On numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah,
such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
answer that. Why was the...
He says Ethan so condescendingly too, like a Jew being pissed off that his friends, his former friends, are posing with a swastika in a hit piece about him isn't offensive enough. Could you imagine? Like honestly, I can't imagine it, and I might even think it's funny. But could you imagine someone getting into a beef about, like, let's say the Charlottesville car attack? Let's say that instead of a white woman being killed, let's say that it was a black man being killed. And then what ended up happening was not only were they throwing up like the OK symbol, but they were also posing with a KKK like dunce cap. And they were posing with like a cross, like a burning cross or something. And then a black friend called into the stream and said, "Hey, I know you guys are fucking around, but you did a hit piece where you dress up like the KKK and were carrying like a burning cross. Isn't that kind of fucked up? Like, isn't it fucked up to, I don't know, pose with a symbol of something that's been used while killing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of my people? Isn't that messed up?" And then instead you go, "It's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke, bro." There's no way this would ever fly with the right wing. Never in a million years would they extend this much charity to anybody right of Joseph R. Biden.
Choice made.
We were dressed as spooky ghosts. Yo, hold up, stop the stream. Oh my God. There's an episode of South Park. I love that there's so many South Park fans in the chat because they always make South Park references and I always catch them. Spooky Ghosts, South Park. There's an episode where the T for time to leave. There's a bunch of rich black people who move into South Park, and so they start they start trying to scare the black people out of the town, but the way that they do it is dressing up as ghosts, scaring rich black people. South Park. And then they're like, what if we put a bunch of T's in their front yard and we burn them and we say, T for time to leave. And so they're doing all these, like, obviously, oh man, Google Safe Search is so cucked. They're not even pulling it up. But the point is that they do these things like all these things that are obviously allusions to the KKK, but it's not actually the KKK. And then same thing with like rich people. These are all like working class and middle class white people. And this is like Bill Cosby and his family, and they're all rich. So they're like, sit in the front of the bus in the first class seating. An obvious analogy to when black folk had to sit in the back of the bus. And like all the rich black people are like, okay, that sounds very nice. It's crazy. But that's what HASAN Piker's doing, I went on a 3-minute description of a South Park episode because that's what HASAN Piker is doing. He's doing fucked up anti-Semitic shit, and then he's like, yeah, it's just a joke, though. It's a manji. It stands for something else, right? Sorry, Horatio is pissing off the chat. In all fairness, swastika in reverse exists in Tibetan culture for centuries. The Dizali. Yeah, but Horatio, why did they pick this sword? Do you think they picked this sword because it's a reverse Tibetan Dasali, which is one? Yeah. Do you think that they picked this sword because it's a manji? They were like, you know what? I'm really into Buddhist culture, right? I'm really into Tibetan culture, so I'm going to pick the swastika sword for this picture. Is that why they chose it? I'm 99% sure that this is Al-Aqsa Mosque right here. Okay, somebody can correct me. So you have the Palestinian flag. Okay, we understand that. You're pro-Palestinian. Palestinian flag again. Okay, we get that. You're pro-Palestinian. You have the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where the October 7th, 2023 attacks are called the Al-Aqsa Flood. Okay, awesome. So some people would view that as a dog whistle for your conversation with your Jewish friend. And then you're posing with a manji, a Tibetan peace symbol or whatever it means. And we're supposed to not read this as a swastika? Are you serious? We were dressed as spooky ghosts. Like, dude, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. It's ridiculous. Sacred Snow says, not to mention this is coming from the king of reading dog whistles. Right. The OK symbol, I'm trying to think of what else, but Sam Hyde obviously has neo-Nazi shit, but he was accusing everybody right of Joe Biden of being a neo-Nazi for using, white supremacist dog whistles, but he can't even hear a foghorn when it's going off 10 seconds away from his head, 10 seconds away, 10 feet away from his head. Shameless Elon Musk tier dog whistling. Yeah. All right. Okay. There's some people who are pointing out the double standard in chat, but I think we're like 80% in agreement. All right, let's continue.
For this sword.
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Notice how he's not answering the question. Do you think it looks like a swastika? Right? If he says yes, it looks like a swastika, he concedes everything we're talking about.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
And look, he's laughing too. Dude, if my grandpa, I swear to God, I had pretty limited relationships with my grandparents because we moved away from the same city. But I swear to God, my mother's father, if there was a conversation in the room where there was like somebody displaying a swastika and then being called out on it and then laughed about it, I swear to God, my mother's father had fucking bear mitts for hands. He would bitch slap their ear hole so hard it would rupture an eardrum. This would not have been tolerated 30 or 40 years ago, and it's actually repulsive to me that it's tolerated now. So rest in peace, to my grandparents. But I swear to God, sometimes I wish they were around so they could see what's happening and they could literally go to these places and bitch slap people because they would not put up with any of this bullshit. Oh, rip, Grandpa, rip.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. True. Right?
Right, yeah. So if Pepe the Frog is a Nazi symbol, the OK hand symbol is a symbol. Stephen Bennell and Turkey Tom are both racist because they both held this up while they were going shooting. If there's a SWAT team in Louisiana that was all doing the OK symbol and they're all white supremacists as a result. If I'm trying to think of what else, but there's like a billion examples from the past decade where leftists perfectly understand dog whistling. They perfectly understand like the entire dynamic of using covert symbols in order to communicate meanings. And by the way, I don't think that who is it? iDubbbz is a genocidal monster. I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I don't think he actually wants to wipe Jews off the face of the planet. But I do think he's stupid enough to believe that HASAN PIKER is right, that there should be a one-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict where all of the Palestinians effectively take over and the state of Israel no longer exists, which would be bad for Jews. And I do think that he posed with what looks like a Nazi symbol in order to piss off a Jew. So, no, I don't accept this. Like, you're fucking wrong. You're lying. You understand dog whistles. You understand all of this shit. You're just being obtuse because you know it looks bad.
So you made a video, you participated in a video accusing a Jewish... Let me finish my point,
I'm going to let
Hasan.
you finish that. I'm going to let you ask the question.
Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
And by the way, he's about to gaslight the fuck out of him. Sorry for cussing so much, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. But the point is that, like, if somebody, this is the exact moment. If my grandfather didn't slap someone, this would be the moment where somebody would be getting slapped.
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
See,
which, by the way, this is cope and this is pussy bullshit. Okay, I have a replica edged broadsword from, I forget what it is, but it's some European. Oh, it's a bastard sword. It's a hand and a half sword. So it's not specifically the Game of Thrones sword, but it's the same style as the Game of Thrones sword that Jon Snow had. Okay, razor sharp, stainless steel. I could cut through a cinder block with this sword. It at max weighs like 10 pounds. So the bodybuilder, the hardcore lefty bodybuilder, Joe Rogan of the left, he can't hold a sword for more than 30 seconds during a promo for a video game. Really? The 9 other swords are too heavy when the max weight is going to be like 10 pounds. What is this guy lifting weights for if he can't hold like a sword for 10 pounds? This is cope. It's bullshit. It's a lie. And he's pusillanimous. Okay? He is pusillanimous. He will not own his own crap.
Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hasan, let me paint a scenario.
They're not. He's lying.
Scenario for you, okay?
Like I do not like saying that people are lying because oftentimes I think people are stupid. But this 100% reads to me as a lie. It's actually repulsive.
Okay. Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even, you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yeah.
Dude, he's wearing a Palestinian sash with the Al-Aqsa, building. Again, 10-7 being referred to as the Al-Aqsa flood. He's doing that in a conversation with a Jewish person when the content is Israel-Palestine. He's laughing and smirking with his chat while one of his friends carried a swastika sword that we all agree was probably like 99.9% was selected specifically because it had a swastika so it would piss off a Jewish person. There is no way that like this would fly 30 or 40 years ago. Absolutely not.
Yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking
apparently
me,
yeah. You can't talk about these microaggressions. You can't talk about these dog whistles because Israel's currently doing a genocide. So holding up a swastika and harassing a Jewish person doesn't count because there's a genocide going on in Gaza right now. So actually people can do whatever they want.
iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know.
All right, I've made 10 million points and interrupted the content for a while. I actually need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to let it flow while I go use the restroom. So I'll be back in 10 seconds. I won't. I'll be back in 90, but enjoy them being retarded.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I know
it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the Mangiana, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me.
Do that.
Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should you leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You posed with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
Yeah, that's what's crazy to me. I know what I've missed. My apology. I need to. I'm human. I have bodily functions. I'm sorry. That's an Always Sunny reference in case you don't watch It's Always Sunny. It's an excellent show. That's crazy. We all know what this is, but we have to pretend that we don't know what it is.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely.
Well, and this is another pusillanimous move by HASAN PIKER. Is this a productive use of our time? You know what you could do in order for us to move forward? You could just own it. You could be like, you know what? You're right. It was inappropriate for me to use a swastika sword in promotions for a video game, especially considering I'm a fervent critic of the state of Israel at this time. Also, I think that it is inappropriate when we're doing a piece that's critical of a Jew who's very passionate of Israel. I think it's immature to use something that looks like a swastika while we're doing promotional material for a video. If I had the ability to, I would go back in time and I would change those decisions. He could just own it. He could just own it and he could say, yeah, it was a bad move. But he doesn't want to, which is why he's playing all these rhetorical games.
So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the...
I know you guys already find this absurd, or most of you find it absurd, but let's just take a look at what he's saying is not. It's not a swastika. This is what's not a swastika.
Nazi
PewDiePie,
swastika.
on the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, cool. A tasteless joke on IDubbbz shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad. I referred
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person with
rotate it 90 degrees or flip it horizontally and you have a swastika.
They walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know
fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
A swastika sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika branded.
This is the ultimate test. This is where every single HASAN Piker fan has fallen apart. Ask them to walk around town wearing a manji, okay? So literally, I keep saying literally, I mean actually print a manji, so not a swastika, just something that looks like a swastika, print a manji on a t-shirt and walk around Portland, Oregon and see how long it takes for like some Antifa sympathizer to knock you out. Same thing. Do it in Los Angeles. Do it in California. Do it anywhere, right? 45 degrees, you hillbilly. Listen, I'm not a weeb, okay? I have a life. So the point is, there's not a single leftist that will take a manji and prominently print it onto a t-shirt and then use that. There's not a single person that would do that because they know it looks like a swastika. Yeah, do it in Chicago. Do it in Inglewood, right? Do it in don't do it in Charlottesville. Do it in Charlottesville. See what happens, right? In Charlottesville, you might get cheered on, I guess. You know, there might be some people who think that it's a good idea. But the point is, everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. We just have to pretend it's untrue.
They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making
if
of
it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not
in
accusing
his
you of
mind.
being IDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
IDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Dude, I would be getting mad pissed. If I was a Jewish person, I would be getting mad pissed right there. Horatio Mantooth says that Kanye wore a shirt with the swastika, I think on LA, but Horatio Mantooth, that's kind of the point, is the reason why Kanye was wearing it is because he wanted to say, I'm a Nazi and I'm rich as hell and I can do whatever I want. right? That was the whole point of what Kanye was doing. So now have all these people who vociferously object to the fact that they're being anti-Semitic, who vociferously object to the fact that they're parading around Nazi symbols, and have them do it and see what happens. Because I guarantee you the reason why Kanye West felt comfortable doing that is because he's already famous. He's already a millionaire or a billionaire. He might even be a billionaire. And then he probably has security and paparazzi. So as a result, when he goes out doing that kind of stuff, paparazzi is snapping photos and security is looking for somebody to knock him out. That's why he's comfortable to doing that. Whereas HASAN PIKER would never be comfortable doing that because he doesn't want to overtly display that he might have some level of shitposty anti-Semitism, right? Jonah Boy makes an excellent point. He says 70 watching, yet only 22 likes. Curious. It's true. So what liking is free. All right. We love super chats. We already have a couple from this morning. We parasocially love the people who have donated, and money is always appreciated but never required. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, if you're enjoying the content, if you think it's fun, if you want me to be able to do this full time, please. Well, we're technically full time right now, but we need to build up the stream, right? Donate. It helps us out. It shows that the content is viable, et cetera, et cetera. If you do not have money in your pocket, you're already giving us ad revenue just by watching the VODs and watching this content. So that's already appreciated. Like the stream. That lets other people know that we're live, and it helps them join and enjoy the content as well. If you're not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And if you're on Twitch, feel free to do subs, follows, donos, whatever weird things they do on Twitch. So thank you, Jonah Boy, for the reminder. Sacred Snow says, a dog whistle expert using dog whistles infuriating. Yes, it's so obvious, and yet he pleads ignorance. Exactly. So I'm happy that they're moving on, but I think that Ethan, if Hasan's chat thinks that he did well here, I think it's total cope. I think it's it's irrational levels of cope to think that it's okay to do a hit piece about a Jewish creator during the Israel. He could be a full-blown Zionist. Ethan Klein could be a genocidal freak. He could say Gaza deserves to get destroyed. He could say that the West Bank needs to be colonized by Jews. He could say that the Palestinians are the ethno-religious, leftovers of the Philistines, and therefore they were ordained by God to be purged by the kingdom of Israel. He could say all of that stuff, and showing up to a debate or showing up to a hit piece with a swastika would still be wildly immature, wildly inappropriate, and kind of disgusting.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
have a problem
if you could
telling
go back,
you're being crazy right now? You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it does.
Wait, that's dumb. That is so dumb. I just need you to understand how dumb that is. Them doing a hit piece about the Israel-Palestine conflict and them dog whistling with a swastika has nothing to do with Ethan Klein being Jewish. That's a lie. It's obviously a lie. You wouldn't use a symbol that's meant to be inflammatory towards a Jewish person on someone who wasn't Jewish. And you wouldn't do it in a context of a conflict that is involving shitloads of Jewish people. Yeah, and somebody said in chat that Hasan's chat, Platinum Sold, says Hasan's chat thinks he did really well. Yeah, that's crazy. That means that they're teenage morons who don't understand anything about anything. Horatio says, hey, Connor, did you see the debate between Andrew Wilson and Apostate Prophet given the conversation about Israel? No, but we'll add it to the list. I know that Nick Fuentes went on to the Hodge twins. I'll probably watch that. But then you're probably the third person who's brought it up. So I think we should probably take a look at that as well.
Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about the.
So this is the same position that Hassan pretends he has, but then makes excuse for terrorist organizations. So even if you're like a mild Zionist simp, okay? I'm a mild Zionist simp. I think the state of Israel should exist, okay? That being said, I think that if you believe what they're doing in Gaza right now is a genocide, or if in general you think what they've done over the past 100 years is slowly territorially expand and displace Palestinians, then I think it is reasonable to boycott Israel and have no economic interactions with them at all, if that's your belief. And then I also think that in a case where, let's use this as an example, there's a settlement in the West Bank, a Palestinian physically attacks and or kills a settler, and then in response, the IDF shows up with bulldozers and bulldozes their entire, that family's entire house and evicts those Palestinians. I think it would be a reasonable response of Palestinian militia to show up to the same work site and get into a gunfight with the IDF. I think that would be a reasonable thing to do. Okay. Now, whether or not it's good, whether or not it's going to result in peace is kind of non-consequential. It's whether or not it's justifiable, right? And what Ethan says is effectively he expands it even harder, but he kind of sets like a hard limit, which is killing and raping civilians is unacceptable. Hassan says that he accepts that as a reasonable limit, but then he will dance around the actions of Hamas and Houthi terrorists, which I will be very excited to watch in this debate. I'll be very excited to watch his rationale for the Houthis.
This Tabra's tier list.
I have let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the audio.
My audio keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening right now.
Do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
I know he's setting up an argument, but I want to go ahead and be fascist on my own stream real quick. So, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We're going to go ahead and pull up the Google Maps, little geopoll time. Okay. So what they're saying is that right here, pretty sure this is the Jordan River, which runs on the eastern flank of Israel, except for the West Bank. And the West Bank is here. And then here's Gaza right here. Excuse me. So what they're saying is from the river to the sea, Palestine, ignoring the existence of the state of Israel, will be free. And so what they're effectively saying is that Palestinians will retake this entire territory and it will be one state under Arab Muslim rule. So a lot of Jews, I think, correctly fear that not only would they become second-class citizens under, Sharia, because there are the organizations that are in Gaza and in Jerusalem do have substantive parts of their political operation that are Islamist. And so they would want to tolerate Jews as people of the book, but they would want them to be second-class citizens compared to Arab Muslim citizens. And then I think they also correctly fear that in this existential conflict, thousands or tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews would either be killed, raped, murdered, enslaved. That's the fear of Israeli Jews, is that if this territory fell, Arab Muslims would effectively do what they did on October 7th, except for on a much broader scale. And so I think the anxiety of Israelis and Jews in this region is justified. And I think that this is being obtuse, where Hasan is pretending that he doesn't understand the actual anxiety of Jews when it comes to this phrase, whereas it's very perfectly understandable, even if you're a critic of Israel. Can they use these slogans? I'm going to be more fascistic than Ethan Klein, and I'm going to say if they're citizens, they can 100% use these slogans. You can use all sorts of abhorrent, objectionable language as a citizen. If they're not citizens, though, he says that they're being jailed. These people aren't being jailed for a long period of time. They're being temporarily jailed and they're being deported. I'll go ahead and say that if you have a student visa or a temp visa or even a green card, if you simp for jihadist organizations, I don't think this itself, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I don't think this is enough for deportation. But if you simp for Hamas or simp for Houthi terrorists the way that HASAN PIKER does, I'm 100% okay with you getting deported. You don't have to agree with me. I'm sure there's other liberals who disagree with me on a freedom of conscience, freedom of speech basis. I'm sure there's progressives who are more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause than I am. I don't care. I'm just telling you my actual opinion. My actual opinion is if you simp for terrorist organizations, you can be, and you're not a citizen, you can be deported. It's that simple.
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is.
what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see.
Yeah, this is another annoying thing where Hasan is like, "Oh, I know what he said." Blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, there's 200,000 people watching this debate. They don't know what he said, so I want to show that.
Logan, hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video. This is not going to be a gotcha
moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm.
So pause for 30 seconds and let Norm talk. Easy.
But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on
the video
as well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act,
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't.
I don't know what's funny about this. I hate this guy so much. I don't know how you can debate like hundreds of thousands of people. You can be like, there's a genocide, Ethan. There's a Holocaust going on. And then you're talking about the Holocaust and you're like, lol, chat, lol. It's like, what? Dude, is it? I don't think that you can see the level of human misery that's caused by war and be this chill about it. It's actually like this teenage bullshit in a 30-year-old man who's like staring down the barrel of 40 is repulsive to me. It's actually like gross. Like it's like you're either sociopathic or you're retarded. And I assume it's the latter, to be honest. Sacred Snow says, at Counterpoints, I don't see a point in Ethan engaging with Hasan. His entire audience is fine with him admitting to being a liar to advocate communism. For Sock Dems is just anything for the cause. Sure. But the thing is exposing him to a broader audience for actually being a jihadist apologist. So it's not for the Hasan fans, as Philip Coffey points out. It's not for Hasan's fans. You can break off one or two, you can break off 3 or 4 who see him do something cringe or stupid, and then they'll like leave the audience. Okay. Also, I think as they grow up, they're going to leave his audience, because anybody with an IQ over 80 or over the age of 25 should find this man repulsive. And so I think it is more about doing this for normies, because the next time Theo Vaughn has him on the show, the next time that the Normie Lib podcast have him on the show, the next time that AOC has him on the show, you can have a 20-minute clip of Hasan Piker defending shooting missiles into civilian commercial vessels. And you can be like, why are you working with this guy? Why are you working with this guy where he thinks that the Red Sea blockade of like killing random Filipino sailors and kidnapping random sailors and shooting missiles into commercial vessels and causing untold amount of like economic damage? Why are you working with effectively somebody who openly supports terrorism? It's crazy. Yeah, we're not Sacred Snow. I think you're responding to Philip Coffey making a similar point. We're not trying to convert Hasan Piker viewers. I'm not saying they're totally lost. Again, you can get 1 or 2 to break away from the cult, but what you can do is you can platform this repulsive rhetoric and belief structure to the mainstream normie lib audience, so they realize that this dude is as radioactive or more radioactive than Vosh or Destiny, right? That's what, you know, that's what Ethan's probably trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do as well. You made this people, the U.S. is right, so dumb and tolerant of immoral stuff that now the U.S. is left to be equally dumb and immoral. That would never happen under Bill Clinton. Well, there's an argument for militant liberalism, I'll tell you. AOC ain't ever getting back on with that guy. I think you're too optimistic. Honestly, Casey, I think that alternative media is going to be so popular. There's going to be so many eyeballs on alternative media that politicians will be willing to work with streamers and YouTubers who are politically toxic, as long as it gets their message in front of like massive eyeballs. I think the world's a change. I think the gatekeeping of the legacy media is slowly but surely evaporating. Sacred Snow says, and no, I don't think Dean is perfect, but I think he has good representative of the average voter. Yeah. If you're talking about Dean Withers as a liberal progressive debate, bro, maybe. But also I find him like soy because he freaked out when somebody did microaggressions against black people in his, you know, Retake America tour or something like that. That was like a side drama.
Can't answer that slogan, because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
Which is effectively talking about incorporating all Palestinians into a democratic system within the state of Israel, which various people find politically palatable or not palatable.
And
well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to.
Yeah, so Peter Panlepel says, and if you simp for IDF blowing up people, should you be deported? Well, I would make a differentiation that I don't necessarily expect other people to make. I do differentiate between uniformed military services engaged under rules of engagement who actually follow the laws of war or try to. I do make a differentiation between terrorists and all that kind of stuff. But just to answer your question more straightforward, so there isn't an appeal to hypocrisy. Yeah, sure. I don't care. Right. Let's say that the IDF does what Hasan says they're doing, and which some people in the conservative government of the conservative government want to do, which is effectively like ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Let's say that the IDF does ethnic cleansing in Gaza, where they just move 2.2 million people to a different location. And as a result, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are killed. And then we disassociate from Israel and the IDF as a result. I would be perfectly fine with citizens expressing sympathy for the IDF and the Israeli cause, but Israeli temp students, if they're going on massive political tirades about how genociding Palestinians is actually awesome and based, yeah, I would have no problems revoking their student visas or deporting them. I don't care. You think that I have to have like a, just because like mildly pro-Zionist people might support the existence of the state of Israel, that we have to co-sign on every horrific thing they've ever done? The answer is no. So that it's annoying being a centrist. I know it's annoying being a centrist. I understand why it's not a popular position, because you always have to try to find the middle ground between tribalist political identities. I understand why it's not more popular, but the truth is that, it's probably better to have a consistent set of moral values that you apply to everyone as much as possible with a level of nuance versus just being tribalist, like pro-Israeli genocide or pro-terrorism, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that so many people are like, yeah, I'm pro-terrorism, or yeah, I'm pro-genocide. It sucks that that's like the popular positions. And I think it's just because it's mentally easy. I think people are like mentally and politically lazy. Sacred Snow says, fill a copy. To be honest, I used to agree with your line of thought. I'm here from DGG Dylan Burns. I'm just getting very pessimistic, probably terminally online. It's okay. We'll touch grass. We'll lift some weights. I'm actually thinking about lifting some weights today while on stream. Commander Haircut says, the IDF blew up a commercial ship, did they? Well, let's take a look. I know that was a recent news story. IDF blows up ship. And they still have to blow up like 70 more ships for it to be equivalent. But let's take a look. Fire after alleged Israeli drone attack off of Malta. A Gaza-bound activist aid ship caught fire and issued an SOS after what its organizers claimed was an Israeli drone attack off the coast of Malta in international waters. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which has campaigned to end Israel's blockade of Gaza, told CNN activists were aboard its ship carrying humanitarian aid when the alleged attack happened just after midnight. The group is yet to provide evidence that the drones were Israeli, while the Israeli military has declined to comment on the alleged attack. There's a hole in the vessel right now, and the ship is sinking. Malta's government said the 68-foot-long ship was carrying 16 people, 12 crew members, and 4 civilian passengers, but FFC earlier gave CNN a higher figure of 30 people on board. The armed forces of Malta confirmed there was a fire on the ship that was later extinguished. We are monitoring the situation closely. So a drone attacked this ship. There's a hole in it, and we don't know who did it. It might be Israel. It might not be. Compare that. Commander Haircut, I think we're arguing in Discord DMs, and obviously I can't do that while I'm live. But just as an example, Houthi Red Sea crisis. So you have one ship that has a hole in it that was allegedly done by Israel. Whereas right here, we have, I think it's like 70 ships. Houthi attacks on commercial vessels. Where is it? We have this. Where's the commercial vessels? I don't know where the list of commercial vessels is. I thought there was a graph in here somewhere. I'd have to take a look at it. But the truth is that I'm pretty sure it's like 60 or 70 vessels have been either destroyed, damaged, captured, whatever. So Israel's behind the power curve as far as sinking ships. I'll tell you that.
Listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally,
no,
I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition.
I would comment on the Liberty attack, but the truth is that requires its own dedicated stream, to be honest.
To it, he doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
it? He
it?
doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue.
Dude, if there was a fraternal order of knights, Silver Jacket Man says, did you know the Knights Hospitalier are still active in Malta? I keep trying to get my Catholic friend to join. If there was actually a order of knights that weren't particularly religious, but what they were was a fraternal order that trains in medical aid and trains in, weapons in order to protect religious communities, not only would I found it, not only would I try to build one, but I would actively participate. Like on Sundays, right? If we had an all volunteer organization, and we could do Muslims and Jews too, we could do Hindus, we could trade everybody. But if there was a religious fraternal organization of men who got together on weekends in order to shoot guns, learn concealed weapons permit stuff, learn how to do first aid, learn how to respond to active shootings, learn how to work with law enforcement in order to prevent active shootings. And then effectively what their jobs were on Sundays or on Sabbaths, they would go into their communities and then protect churches, protect synagogues, protect mosques, protect temples, all that kind of stuff. I would 100% try to build that and try to be an active participant. I think that would be so dope. Aren't you describing the Knights Templar? Yeah, but are they active? Are they active in the United States? And do you have to be Christian? That's what I'm saying. I want it to be more formal than a militia. I want it to be specifically, I don't know. Let's face it. There's cool religious aesthetics. Militarist religious organizations just have peak aesthetics. Let's be real. What you're describing as a militia, and that's only far right radicals. Yeah, exactly. But that's the problem, bro. That's the problem. I think community self-defense would be dope. I don't know if you want to use the Brotherhood of Steel as an example as a benevolent organization. Lol. Yeah, exactly. More like a book club for men. Right. But the book club is guns and first aid. anyways. And then the mission, rather than completing reading a book, is to stand around for an hour with a pistol to make sure that your community doesn't get shot up by a terrorist or a psychopath. First time watching Ethan Hassan debate? No, Cheshired. This is my second time for sure. Left have been so disgusting with Ethan. It's all about accepting the people's disability until we don't like them, and it turns into look at this tweaking. Yeah. He has Tourette's. He whatever amphetamines he's on or uppers he's on, it's caffeine and it's prescribed ADD or ADHD meds. It's not meth. It's not coke. It's him having Tourette's and maybe a couple uppers, right? Like normal uppers, not illicit uppers. Have the Hibernians. Interesting. All right. Well, anyways, we're going to do it. We're going to do the counter core, the counterpoints core. We're going to start shooting guns and doing push-ups and learning first aid so you guys can go out into your communities and have a concealed weapons permit and protect your communities from psychos and terrorists. But anyways, let's continue with the content. I do want to shill again. If you have not liked the stream already, please do so. It's free. It lets other people know that we're live. If you have a super chat burning a hole in your pocket, please donate. It does help out with the channel. If you have not become, I think we still need to work on YouTube memberships. I think somebody was saying that the memberships, they're still not seeing the correct button. So we need to work on that on the back end. But on Twitch, I know that we have the subscriber thing open. So if you have a Prime sub or a normal sub, then donations, bits, subs, all that stuff is deeply appreciated. Thank you kindly. Let's continue.
To please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing
I'm going to start doing a leg workout while we're listening.
That statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it?
Harmonic
Wait, can I-
says if women want to, and what if women want to join? I mean, I think that 90% is going to be men, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to train women on first aid and firearms. That's kind of like a non-gender specific thing. So I think it should be a fraternal order, like it should be largely be a brotherhood. But you know, we'll take tomboys and lesbians. You know, why not?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke,
go
and
ahead.
now it's
You know
my
what?
turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue,
you
my
know.
friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
And also not just that. He's saying that it has nothing to do with the issue at hand. This entire thing was kicked off by October 7th, 2023, and Frogan simping for the terrorists, and then Ethan Klein unfollowing her. So all the interpersonal drama, all the back and forth, all the snipes, all the content cops, all that kind of stuff, they're related to obviously the Israel-Palestine conflict, but they're also related to interpersonal drama and fights, right? You're such a LARPer, Connor. I love you. So Short Stack Goblin, this is my frustration when people do that. I know you probably don't mean it in an insulting way. You mean it in a cute and endearing way, all right? So the reason why I get frustrated when people say LARPer is like, listen, man, I joined the Marine Corps in 2006 and served through 2010. I was a part of the surge. I deployed to Iraq. I wasn't live action role playing. I was just doing the thing, right? And then same thing when I got out, you know, I kept up with guns, I kept up shooting, all that kind of stuff. And then I joined law enforcement from 2015 to 2019. I wasn't live action role playing. I was doing the thing. So when people say I'm a LARPer, it's like, dude, I concealed carry, you know, a healthy chunk of the time. I have plenty of firearms. I keep up with firearms. I have 8 years. Literally, if I live to be 80, 10% of my life will be in armed service, right? And so far, a third of my life has been in armed service. So, you know, fine if you mean it in like the cute and endearing way, but, you know, it would be different if I didn't do the thing. I did the thing. Yes, Christian Valeris is right. I'm having flashbacks to the mall cop debate. It's true. It is true. I'm not a mall cop. I was a school cop. Okay. Celeste Plantagenet York says, what did I miss yesterday? I had to jet off my writing center tutoring appointment and get all my English 101 stuff done. I'm so ready for summer vacation. Not much. We just watched the Sam Cedar debate. It was funny. We had a good time. Now we're taking psychic damage and I'm about to do a leg workout. This is why I said paladin nerd. LARPer implies a lack of doing. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate your subtlety. I am a sensitive soul afterwards. I'm a gentle soul.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to become.
Lol, we can't think about two things at once. We can't think about anti-Semitism at the same time as thinking about the alleged genocide happening in Gaza. Jesus.
Coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this.
Ethan,
Hold on, you said it's my turn to
Ethan,
ask, so
you
let me
already-
do that.
You
is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart,
that
but I
have-
can care about two things.
Okay. No,
Even
I
if
can
one
too.
is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that?
Then
I said one
actually-
is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hassan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hassan,
issue.
please let me
but you
ask a
spent
question.
Almost all of your
Yes, very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hassan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious.
Ethan, don't you feel like you're just being a whiny, baby-backed little girl bitch? And you shouldn't care about people trying to call CPS on you and trying to get your children confiscated from you. And you shouldn't care about the fact that every time you go on social media, there's shitloads of anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist comments in your replies. And don't you think that people sending human skulls to your office is just like, it's nothing compared to the genocide, so who cares? Don't you feel that way? That's crazy. That I know that's like an argument that plays with Hassan's audience, but that's actually like a crazy argument.
You were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Short Stack Goblin says, "Oh no, Connor, I'm just xenophobic. It's cute that Americans have these feelings. I live 30 minutes from a Templar castle, by the way. You'd love it. It's true. I do love old castles. I do love fraternal military orders of the medieval era." Short Stack Goblin, actually, I think the reason why I went on that passionate rant is because you're correct. I want to do paladin European nightly LARPing, but I want to add guns. You're actually correct.
I think that the Sabra Hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this. Egged on.
I want to point out that this is like a contradictory statement from Hasan. Okay, number one, he thinks it's absurd that anybody would consider this anti-Semitic, but a lot of damage was done to the creators who participated in the panel, which you can argue is the logical follow through, is that the hyperbole surrounding the event is what caused damage. But realistically, this is just like the katana thing. And after the katana, why would we trust you on anything else? So the tier list was who can say the word Habibi. It was Arab coded, thinks, what is it? Ask permission to say it, thinks it's a slur, loves Sabra. Okay. Now on the surface of things, Sabra is a hummus. It's a very generic hummus. It's kind of bland. And so as a result, people don't like that. And so the criticism is that it's an inauthentic Middle Eastern and North African dish. Okay. So it's effectively saying like fake Arab. That would be the surface level reading of what it is, which, let's face it, it's a little ethno-religious, bigotry, which is funny. But the thing is, this was at a Twitch panel that was sponsored by billion-dollar companies and was approved by Twitch, which is crazy, right? Imagine having an N-word panel. Who can say the N-word? Black people, black-coded, thinks it's a slur. And like, let's use specifically like the N-word with an A, right? Instead of an ER. Thinks it's a slur, or asks permission, thinks it's a slur, and then, I don't know, loves mayonnaise or something like that, right? Now, if you did that, I think it'd be funny. I think it would be good content. But if somebody said that that was racist as hell, and that it's crazy that you would have billion-dollar companies sponsor that panel, that would be crazy, right? And getting upset about people taking racial offense to you doing an N-word panel or doing a cracker panel at a sponsored event, I think is going to be real. I think it's bitch made. Okay. So Hasan feigning offense over the offense, I think is bullshit. Add into the fact that Sabra is also a Hebrew word for a Jew from Israel who was born in Israel. Add in Hebrew, and then add in the fact that Sabra is an Israeli owned company, and the anti-Semitic dog whistles make a lot more sense. So Joe Vasquez says, I'm noticing the way Hasan debates, he relies heavily on moral outrage. Like, wait, you really think? And the other constant reminders of an ongoing genocide. I love the way Ethan shuts him down when he does. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things about the debate space. You can think it's autistic. You can think it's stupid. You can think people are annoying, blah, 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 blah. Absolutely. All these charges against the debate space are totally true. However, that being said, that doesn't mean that the debate space isn't excellent at boiling down really crappy ideas and making them better. So Celeste Plantagenet York says, I have observed that men 6'2" and taller are big old teddy bears. Well, I'm 6'4", so it's true. Mr. Geek says, I don't know if you ever had to BS your way through a job interview or through a job. I did, and Hasan sounds just like that. You're not wrong. That face when not a medieval knight, cry emoji. True, Possum Nation, true. Culture FTN says, stem cell treatment may help that rotator cuff. It's cheap down south. Well, we'll see. Should I say hey strippas or hey strippers when I go to the gentleman's club? What's up, my strippas? Convo that would make Adolf blush. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, like this is anti-Semitism that would make like Nazis would be like, ooh, that's a little far. Well, that was presumably what Ben Shapiro was heading towards with his attempt at a conservative media empire. I'm not sure what the reference is, but based. Joseph Moran says, platforming, microaggressions, rhetorical impact, racial undertones. What are you talking about, Lefty? You must have hit your head pretty hard. It's only 2006 and we're making fun of moms. Christ, I wish. All right. Back to the content.
By yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And
And the legwork.
yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
Let me ask you a
the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
What?
This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra Hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer
walk
the
you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
Yeah, dodge.
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you
Rogan.
can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I
this
think
is
it's great
so-
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's
Because he's a Zionist Jew. That's why.
also
probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
prominent Jewish creators on
Do you
YouTube.
think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me
Ethan.
then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look.
No, why? Hasan could literally just own it. He could just be like, yeah, I think you guys are both Zionists. I think that's based off of a fake interpretation of the Old Testament and the covenant between God and the Jews. I don't think that's relevant anymore. I'm more of a secular person, so I don't believe that these things are necessary. And so as a result, if you're a Zionist or if you support the state of Israel, then I think that you're effectively supporting a pseudo-genocidal settler colonial construct that should have no weight in the modern era. He could totally say that if his IQ was above like 82, but he can't. Okay, he can't. He can't just own it and say, yeah, I think you guys are both Zionists because you support the state of Israel. That's why you guys are down in the F tier. He could own it. He could own it if he wanted to, but he's too big of a pussy or he's too stupid. I don't care. It pisses me off so much as a progressive. I actually care what people view and assume about my positions based on others. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, that I think Ethan did a really good job on, because oftentimes that is a dodge that happens in Twitch and YouTube politics all the time, is you'll be talking about something, and then somebody will say, like, I'm not interested in this. I don't care. And then my answer has been, I do care, and I want to talk to you about it, so talk about it. Steven will do that, too, by the way, just to call out Steven a little bit. Destiny will do, I'm not interested in this. I don't care about this. And because he's the bigger creator, it's mad fucking annoying when you're the smaller creator and you're trying to talk about something. He's like, I don't care. It's like, okay, I'm here to talk about it, retard. Sorry, Steven. But anyways, so I think that Ethan has created a really good thing to follow through and hold somebody accountable on, which is like, well, make a moral judgment, right? So you don't have to care about it in order to give us a summary of your perspective of it. You don't have to be passionate about it, but you can still tell us why. And when you ask the question, why is a fat Ethan Klein and a normal Ben Shapiro on the bottom? It's because they're both Zionists and because it's a slight. It's an anti-Zionist slight. Well, QC John says 2006. Please don't take us back to angry white guys walking around in ripped skinny jeans and gel-dyed bleach hair and tan dickies. Bro, I would kill to be back there. Are you kidding me? The music was good. The vehicles were cool. There were so many things that were going on in the 2000s that was fantastic. So I disagree with Well QC John. I think the 10s were lame as hell. I seriously do. I think the 20s are better than the 10s, but not as good as the aughts, the zeros. I think the aughts were fire. I think they were peak. I think the 90s was pretty peak as well. I think the 10s was so lame. There was some good music that came out of it, but besides that, I thought the 10s was super lame. and then the 20s seems to be better so far, but still, not as good as when I was a teenager. I'll put it that way. Joseph Moran says, the Mandela point of even if we have to cross lines, minimize the optics to make peace talks in the future easier is so missed. Well, yeah. If you mean that these people, and Hasan specifically, is not conceding to certain levels of reality that might be inconvenient to his base so they can make peace, or if you're talking about Israel-Palestine in a similar way, yeah, I agree. Hasan sounds like a kid that just got caught by daddy and he's trying to shift the blame. It really does, and the fact that his audience doesn't pick up on that really frustrates the hell out of me. Casey says, am I wearing booty shorts? No. Alexander says, I don't know what is wrong with me that this is going to be the fourth person I'm watching. Because it's a 5-hour shit show. This is Twitch and YouTube politics Super Bowl. It's the biggest YouTube political streamer in the world, Twitch and YouTube political streamer HASAN PIKER, facing up against another wildly popular Jewish person about the Israel-Palestine conflict. It is inherently compelling, and not just that, it's filled with drama as well as real points about geopolitical events. This is Twitch and YouTube politics Super Bowl 2025.
Kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm
there?
having a hard time.
Oh, what's a tan dickie? Is that a euphemism? No, it's a pair of pants that white supremacists wear, but is also very fashionable.
Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to
suspect.
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
They're really stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
Hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
is the lowest. The Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews. As
I didn't.
Oh, this is so disingenuous. Ethan Klein doesn't get to determine what all Jews do, but if a Jewish person, I forget the guy's name, it might be Rafi, but if Rafi is an anti-Zionist and he hangs out with a bunch of anti-Zionists and then they do anti-Zionist shit that also seems anti-Semitic, like, I don't know, posing with a swastika sword, or, I don't know, creating a tier list in which the bottom of the tier is liking an Israeli company that happens to be a word for a Jew born in Israel, then yeah, he can call it out. That's actually, if you're like a freedom of speech advocate, there's no problems with this. I don't understand what the beef is, so to speak.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is
what's going on.
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her.
Well, Alexander, I don't know when you joined, but the truth is, a geopolitical analysis was probably about 45 minutes ago. So yeah.
Her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog
He
shit.
can say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing.
he can,
By the
but
way,
you're
you
gonna
think
call
that
him a
my
token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now?
See, and this is the thing. This is how I know Hasan's audience is dumb as hell. If they think that that's great, like if they thought that that was like an own where he's like, oh, you want to criticize Rafi because he likes Sabra Hummus? That's obviously not the problem. Sabra is Jew from Israel in Hebrew, and Sabra is an Israeli-owned company. That's why it's a dog whistle.
By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream.
Isn't
Oh, this one's fun. I don't care about this, but it is funny catching Hasan in being lying about things immediately. Is Dr. Pepper on the boycott list? Don't buy Dr. Pepper. Don't sell Dr. Pepper. Alternatives. So the Israel boycott guide already says that Dr. Pepper is on the BDS list. Then what is it? He used to drink like Coke and Coke Zero. Is Coke on the boycott list? Yes, Coca-Cola is on some boycott list, particularly in relation to Israel-Palestine. So he's going to say that Dr. Pepper is not related to Coca-Cola, therefore it's not on the boycott list. It is. And this was, like a week ago. And then same thing with Coca-Cola. He was drinking like Coke Zero and Diet Coke for a while. And one of his fans had to call him out on it in order for him to stop drinking it on stream.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS.
Are you sure?
We'll double check. I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually,
Lilac points it out. It's behind him in the fridge, by the way. I wish I could get this in HD, but does this not look like the silver can with red lettering right here? Does this not look like a Diet Coke right here? Oh no, Lilac, why'd you have to own them like that? Yo, that's so bad, bro. That's so bad. He's like a millionaire. He can literally find, I keep saying literally, he can actually find a caffeinated, good tasting alternative and have it delivered to his house. He can take the millions of dollars per year that he makes in order to buy a niche soda company. He could probably find, there are those soda companies that make like regional soda. They're kind of like microbreweries, but they do it with soda. And he could absolutely afford to find a local microbrewery style soda company that makes a Diet Coke equivalent that is probably as tasty or better than Diet Coke, and then pay them to ship it to his house. But he's too lazy, despite bitching and whining and complaining about the Israel-Palestine conflict and BDS and boycotts and this, that, the other. He's effectively like, you know how in the 1930s and 40s, like Hewitt-Packard helped out the Nazis? He's paying Hewitt-Packard. He's paying the Ford Motor Company. He's paying the people who helped out the National Socialists. And he's been talking about this since, what was it? It was October 7, 2023 was the beginning of the hostilities. He talked about it before then, but since October 7, 2023, this entire conflict has been on steroids, and he still hasn't figured out how not to consume soda that supports the state of Israel. That is amazing. That is horrifying. That is levels of lefty laziness and champagne socialist bullshit that I wasn't even ready for. That is amazingly painful. Sacred Snow says, at Counterpoints, Hassan's argument is that they weren't on the boycott list when he was confronted, equally as disingenuous. Just to be clear, yeah, they were. They were. He just didn't read it because he doesn't care. Dr. Pepper is the U.S. best only invention. Hey, get out of here. I know that's probably sarcastic. Joseph Moran says, literally could just say no ethical consumption and nice catch. Didn't know that. I'll update my actions. Yeah, but he won't. He's too lazy to. Do you remember what he told that protester who accosted him? He told her to just cover the brand up. It's a microcosm of his worldview, just optics and no values. Yeah, apparently. He's just going to keep paying taxes to the Israeli war machine via the United States government. And then he's going to keep consuming product and brands that also support the Israeli machine, the Israeli war machine, while making content about it for 3 years. That's funny. It's horrifying, but it's funny. Ben Sorofman says, it's irritating that a conservative has painted out how Hassan should solve the Coke drinking issue, and no lefties have said find a local union drink. Yeah. Listen, I'm not even coming at it from like a lefty union perspective. I'm not even coming at it from like a Israeli perspective. Do you know what happened? Is I saw those soda machine commercials on late night TV where you can make soda inside your own house. You effectively have like a CO2 compressor that mixes with water, and then they have like pre-mix of soda that you can mix and make your own soda at home. And it's supposed to be pretty good, right? Well, I guarantee you that there's local pop manufacturers. Whenever I go to the Carolinas, there's always a local pop. I say pop just because that's what they call themselves oftentimes. Soda is, the Southeastern thing. That's funny. That's mad funny. All right. I'm sorry for spending 10 minutes on soda, but I do think it's funny that this dude is so lazy. He's had 3 years to figure it out, and he hasn't even tried. Listen, let's face it. This dude wakes up, and in order to stay conscious, he's firing on all cylinders. So expecting him to be thoughtful about anything is actually like a huge ask. So I understand it, but man, what a pusillanimous, lazy piece of garbage this man is.
The BDS one is actually pretty funny too.
Sorry, we'll move on, but Sacred Snow makes an excellent point. Ooh, he could double down and start a soda making cooperative. Yeah, isn't he making millions of dollars? Doesn't he have millions of dollars in some investment account somewhere? Why doesn't he make a business specifically? And when people are like, oh, you were drinking Diet Coke, you're eating Dr. Pepper, you can be like, actually, I started a cooperative business that has revenue share with a bunch of employees that are very highly paid, and they manufacture my own ethically sourced soda. That way I can have Diet Coke and Diet Dr. Pepper all I want, but it's not actually the brands. I'm helping lefties create a parallel structure away from the capitalist hellscape in which we exist. You know, he could own all of us so easily and yet refuses.
Because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said, stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
Celeste Plantagenet York makes an important question, or says something. Say wicked smart, Connor. I used to park my car in Harvard Yard. You know what's funny? When I get drunk, I will start talking with like a Northeastern accent for no reason. I was born in Boston, but I moved down when I was like 4. You know, so there's no reason for me to have a Boston accent, but if I get drunk, it'll come out randomly. So anyways, quick shill time, shill. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. We do have 80 people cross-platform. I parasocially love every single one of you. You have 3,000 IQs just for being here. Just hanging out with me gives you a 3,000 IQ, and you also have excellent taste in content. So thank you for being here. Like the stream, it's free. Lets other people know that we're live and they can come hang out as well. If you have super chats or questions or concerns or donos or Patreon or whatever, go ahead and do it. It helps the stream. Parasocial love. Let's continue.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though I
said,
love
you
Diet
know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
Because I think it's like
Bro.
on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
Is it right here? Is it right here? Dude, I hate... Okay, listen, I get it. The soda is stupid. I understand it's stupid, but it's so funny. Is he lying with a Diet Coke in the background? HASAN Piker, New York Times article. Oh, my God. Is it in his mini fridge in the background? Oh, come on. Hold on. Let me pull up the Twitter. No way. No way, bro. Sorry, I'm going to pull it up on Twitter, but I don't want to like dox or accidentally pull up messages or whatever. I shouldn't have anything too gross on my Twitter, but people do retweet pornography onto the main timeline sometimes. So hold on. New York Times, HASAN Piker. And then the original author, he did do like a gifted... He did do a gifted donation. Oh, come on, man. Somebody help me, okay? Like, if somebody can find the name of the author, or actually, hold on, I got it. Where's the guy's name? Come on. I know this is stupid. Listen, I know this is stupid, but it could be very, very, very funny. Where is he? Isn't it like Jack Corby or something? What's this guy's name? All right, anyways, I'm not finding it immediately, so I want to let the content flow, but I think the guy's name is Jack Corby. If somebody can find his exact name, Jack Crosby, thank you. Twitter, this could be mad funny. You're just going to have to indulge me. I'm going to focus on what I'm doing. If a few of you are like, I don't want to wait for Connor to find it because I have delayed gratification and I'm a Zoomer and I can't pay attention to one topic for more than 10 seconds. That's your fault, not mine, okay? I'm going to the gift. Let's see if we can find it. Somebody said he has Diet Coke and a picture in the background of his New York Times article. Oh my God! It's right here! You piece of shit! Oh! Hey! No way! This lying piece of shit! This is so funny! Oh my God! This lying piece of shit! Oh my... Snap! Oh! We're doing this! Oh, this is funny! Okay, hold on. I gotta zoom out. Oh, this is funny. Sorry, I gotta save this for Nicholas Diorio. You lying fucking piece of shit. Oh, Hassan, soda, Coke. I'm not gonna do the edits right now, but I'm absolutely gonna turn this into what do you call it? It's not Arrested Development. It's the other Jewish guy who does the show. He's bald. He goes to the anti-Zionist Hebrew restaurant, and he bullies another Jew so he can get really good Middle Eastern food. As soon as you say it, Hassan, soda, Coke, to Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah.
No, yeah. What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though
said
I love
No way, bro. No way. 4150. Come on, man. You're not even trying. You're not even trying, bro. 4150. Diet Coke lie. Bro. No way. Busted. Fucking busted. Listen. You have to understand. The serious geopolitical issue is the conflict between Israel and Gaza, right? Israel and the West Bank. That's the serious political issue. The side drama of this is the beef between Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein. The side drama to that is whether or not Hasan Piker is a lying piece of shit. And what's funny is we've seen him lie multiple times, right? I don't like accusing people of lying because oftentimes people are self-deluding and stupid. So I do not like accusing people of lying unless I have rock solid evidence. But this is the funniest fucking thing ever, is he actually says, I am not drinking Diet Coke. I am not buying it. He has his mini fridge in the background with something that is suspiciously silver with red on the background. And then somebody points out that in the New York Times article, there's a picture of his background. And right here, we can see the word CO right here. Da, 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 da. The man is lying. He's bald-faced lying. Is it about something stupid? Absolutely. Is he still a lying piece of shit? Absolutely. This fucking idiot. He's lying about something that we can see is incorrect right in front of our eyes. What a dumbass. All right. That was awesome. I'm sorry I took 5 minutes in order to bust him about Diet Coke, but that is mad funny. What a dumbass.
You know what's funny? You told her
because I think it's like
you remember when you told her, son?
Sorry, I got to use the restroom.
Remember when you
again.
told her, you said, I'll just put it in a cup.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah, no,
lying
I was
right now.
joking
He's
with her
lying
because I
right
thought that it was a
now.
ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations
terrible.
of Sabra hummus,
It's
right?
so- it's so
Nobody.
doo-doo.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't like
doo-doo
Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking
Do we-
about hummus. What I
okay,
don't like is
okay, great. So
anti-Semitism
okay.
perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead. Next question.
I'm not
I
Frogan.
know it's
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
Who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish,
F tier.
on the loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I
right?
know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed
it's a
by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now
Yeah,
and
and
then.
you're oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man
cosmic
in the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents
The Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic, and you're
anti-Semitism
having
everywhere.
a really hard time.
These
Well,
are
you
just
want my answer?
cosmic mistakes.
Yo, I'm sorry for spending so much time on Sodagate, but I think it's so funny that Ethan is accusing Hasan of gaslighting, and he's not just gaslighting about big things like the swastika sword or lying about what was the other one? I forget. Who gives a shit? The point is, isn't it mad funny that this dude is lying to Ethan's face about soda right now? Silver and red is Diet Dr. Pepper. Black and maroon is zero sugar variant. So I don't, but bro, if we look at the picture, it says CO on it. Where would the CO be coming from in reference to Diet Dr. Pepper? Can I move this? Bro, that's a Coke. CO. There's no way in hell that this becomes a D. That's a Coke, bro. CO. Don't gaslight me in my own chat. Oh, okay. Sorry. You know, I jumped in. I jumped in. I'm too excited about Sodagate. Okay. Here's Hasan Piker, the valorous warrior for left-wing thought in America. You know, here's him 3 years into a genocidal conflict. That's a silver can. 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 And CO is on the side. This dude was caught lying. Lying. Updated. Enhance. 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 Dude, we need a CSI tech to get in here and enhance this picture. Enhance. Bruh. All right, I'm sorry. We'll move on with the content, but oh, it's funny. It's funny. All right. Shut up, Connor. Back to the content.
Telling you, if you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels.
Yes.
Wowman542 says, actually, Connor, the whole can says not Coke. And then Hearshot says, it says Cope. Coca-Cola. Okay, sorry. I'm like tearing up a little bit. I'm laughing. Shut up, Connor. Get back to streaming.
Yes, I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking.
Yeah, when left-wingers are anti-Semitic, it doesn't count because it's just anti-Zionist. It's not anti-Semitic. But when right-wingers do anti-Semitic shit, it absolutely counts because those are my political enemies. Only care about that, please.
About Jews, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not wearing a shirt that says "I hate Jews," but they're walking around swastikas and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as close as you can pretty much fucking get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Eden, it seems to me like,
and I think you're acting really silly and obtuse right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even concede that this looks bad. Okay,
thank you for the donation, Joey. I don't know the last time soda brought this much fun. Also, yeah, sorry, I'm not giving up Dr. Pepper. Would have been the best response Hasan could give, which, to be fair, I think he might actually say. Thank you for the donation, King. Appreciated.
No, fantastic. You're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti.
Hey, Hasan, are we hallucinating the Diet Coke in your fridge? You fucking dumbass.
Anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch.
But once again, none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the value judgment thing. Like, you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, listen, not beating the obsessed allegations, but let's admit it. He's the biggest political streamer in the Western world. Somebody said Asmongold earlier, but I think Asmongold's just a straight streamer. He just talks about politics some of the time, right? This dude dedicated his life to politics, the same way that I hope to dedicate my life to alternative media politics and hopefully make a healthy chunk of money off of ad revenue and then turn that into really cool things down the road, because this dude's too big of a pussy to actually do anything with his money. So, sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm working out as well. So I get it. They can accuse us of being obsessed, but I don't even care. I'm not like saying like, Hasan, you must do what I want you to do. I'm his political rival or enemy. He doesn't need to do what I tell him to do. However, if I catch him in a lie, 100% I'm going to call him out, because I want the people who are kind of on his side, who think that the swastika was just kind of like a meme, or it was an accident or whatever, or for them to think that the Sabra tier list is an accident or it wasn't meant to be taken that way, et cetera, et cetera. I want them to see him bold-faced lying about something where he knows something is true and he's saying the opposite because the opposite of truth is convenient for him. And then I want them to say, okay, he's lying about this small thing. Is he lying about big things? And that's what I want to happen. Now, is that going to happen for everybody? Probably not. The cults of personality are incredibly difficult to break. However, I think it's entirely possible that half a dozen to a dozen people will see that he is bold-faced lying about something, and they might not break away from the cult of personality, but they will say, he lied about this for sure. What else is he lying about? And that's where we're not attacking the ideas necessarily. We're talking about whether or not Hasan even believes what he's saying. Getting good head. No, I'm not. I'm lifting weights, you dicks.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Yeah, but I do genuinely think his fridge has been replaced with Dr. Pepper variants, just more probably better than the hedge of this shit to prevent the C. Look at this. Well, listen, he can say that, but this is a silver can with red. So hold on. Let's take a look at Diet Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper. And then I'm pretty sure that this was shot back in... This was shot back in January, the New York Times article. And no, it could be possible. This looks like a darker silver to me than this. But Dr. Pepper is still on the BDS list. Dr. Pepper boycott. They're still on the boycott list. So, yeah, I get it. You're saying the photo from the article might be old. I get it, but it's from January. Sure. Yeah. Well, Wowman 542. So the point, let's say that we're trying to steelman the argument. If we're trying to steelman what Joey is saying, which, by the way, I'm still going to make a meme shit post Curb Your Enthusiasm video with him having Diet Coke in his fridge. But Hasan can come back and say, oh, yeah, well, I replaced it all with Dr. Pepper things. Well, if he says that he put it all on Dr. Pepper things, it's still on the BDS list. So he can move the ball. He can move the goalpost 100%. But let's make him. Let's make him move the goalpost, and then let's see him get kicked in the dick when he moves the goalpost as well.
Me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want
is,
my best
and I don't
friend
know.
items to be
can't tell you
anti-Semitic?
what their problem.
Exactly. That's the important part. The type of the pop isn't so much as important as the fact that he's drinking it in against his ideology, which, by the way, this is like the bare minimum, right? Hasan, in his own words, believes that there is a genocide going on in Gaza that is comparable to the Holocaust, okay? In the Holocaust, 6 to 10 million undesirables were wiped off of the face of the planet, all right? And in the Gazan conflict, I think that 60,000 casualties, fatalities have been suffered by the Gazan population that they've been able to count. And they think that there might be an additional 200,000 indirect deaths. Okay. So already from the Gazan conflict as it stands right now to the Holocaust, there's a huge gap. Now, he won't admit that. He still thinks that the Holocaust and the Gazan conflict are identical morally, and that Israel is evil, and that everyone who supports them is evil. He has said as much multiple times on stream, and yet here he is financially supporting, through his taxes and through his consumptive habits, the genocidal state that he thinks is perpetuating a second Holocaust. So he's either a moron, which I believe is likely the case, or he's a liar, which I also think is the case.
Why would I want my best friend items to be
issue.
anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
going to
hear-
like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
And that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won.
In order to make this point, you would have to point out what criticisms of Israel that Ethan has deflected using this tactic.
The argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram post.
Well, hold on. So there's a couple of things in chat I think we need to contend with, okay? So consider the Gaza death toll in terms of percentage as well as raw numbers. So let's do that real quick. So we know that the Holocaust wiped out 33% of like worldwide Jews. Let's just use that as a starting number. Okay, so 33% of international Jewry was wiped out in the Holocaust. Now, you could make the arguments that Palestinians are a part of the ethnos of Arabia, you know, Arabs, right? But let's face it, there's probably like a dozen ethnicities, and so it's difficult to track. So if you counted them as a part of the Arab ethnos, then they're going to be an infinitesimally small percentage of the Arab ethnos. And then also, if you consider them a part of the religious category of Muslim, it would be an infinitesimally small thing. So I don't think that's fair. I think we should just evaluate Gazans based off of Gazans, which I feel like is like a very charitable percentage to go off of, right? So when we're talking about, let's just go ahead and add it up to 260,000. 260,000 divide by 2,200,000, which I think was the estimated amount of Gazans. You're talking about 11%. And this is an insanely, in my opinion, hyper charitable number, because this doesn't just include 60,000 deaths, which some of whom are going to be Hamas militants. So we're including Hamas militants in the genocide and alleged genocide. And then we're also talking about 200,000 indirect deaths that have been estimated but not confirmed. Okay. So we're putting that at 12%, which, let's face it, it's bad. However, this is an extremely charitable number. And then what Commander Haircut says, which I think should be addressed, it says, the thing I disagree with is grading levels of genocide as being more or less morally bad. But Commander Haircut, I want you to challenge yourself with this comment, okay? There are greater and lesser degrees of genocide. So for instance, the alleged Uyghur genocide in China is not a ethnos. It's not an ethnocide as we understand it. It's not a Holocaust as we understand it. Because yes, there are large swaths of men who are being put into work camps. But if I understand it correctly, there are vast swaths of women who are being re-educated effectively in order to adapt to the broader Han culture and to abandon their religion of Islam. So that would be a cultural genocide. Still, absolutely messed up. I'm not saying it's not messed up, but if you had to make the choice between, let's say there's, I don't know, 2 million Uyghurs in China, okay? If you had to make the choice between Uyghurs will continue to genetically exist, they will have family, their families will have families, their kids will have kids and all that kind of stuff, but they have to integrate to the dominant Han Chinese culture and pay deference to it, or they can be shot and thrown in a ditch. I think that you and I are both going to agree that it's better to undergo forced re-education than it is to be shot and thrown in a ditch. So you can make moral evaluations based off of percentage, intent, amount of people killed versus cultural genocide. We can make these moral evaluations. We should be nuanced because they're all crimes, but we can make descriptions about effect and severity. Peter Bonlopo says, I think their bigger crime of the IDF is the humiliation of the Palestinians. I find a quite compelling argument, not saying it's a genocide. Well, dude, you can even say it's a genocide. Based off of the UN definition, like part of their definition is whole and in part. I would say Gaza is a part of, like you could genocide, you could kill every single person inside Gaza and still have it be a genocide, even though they're only a small part of the Arab Muslim community or the Muslim community, right? It could still be considered a genocide under that definition. Also, within the genocide definition, it doesn't explicitly have to be like murder. It doesn't have to be homicide. It can be giving them living conditions such that it's impossible for them to live, which I would say wiping out 80% of the buildings within Gaza is one of those conditions. So genocidal at minimum. Genocide can be argued back and forth, and then severity is what we can talk about for sure. Redmond Berry 1975 says it's the same percentage of Americans were killed over the same period of time as Gazans. What would that look like? 10%, right? So 330 million. It'd be 30 million people. It'd be a lot. I'm not saying like nobody, not even Ethan, not even I, nobody thinks that what is going on in Gaza is just or good for a lasting peace. What we argue with is HASAN Piker normalizing and doing apologia for terrorism. That's what I'm arguing about. That's why I'm here. Short Stack Goblin says, don't make that argument. Just use Palestinian ethno-state. It is still smaller. Sure, exactly. Is Hasan a pro-liar gaslighter? Is that his job description? Apparently. He's a propagandist in his own words. In before Razzle Cherry pops up to hit us with the number one more, not one more than less than 6 million. Sacred Snow calling out our resident groiper. $5 from Philip Coffee. Got to watch the rest of the stream offline later. Off to get my splint removed. Keep up the good work, Connor. Thank you, Philip. Thank you for being a supporter of the channel. It is greatly appreciated. Short Stack Gobbet, and thank you for the donation. Connor, is the 200K the Lancet number? Isn't that debunked? Yeah, it's a very rough estimate of indirect deaths. I haven't seen that verified. Yes, it's a projection based on long-term deaths if no aid ever. Maybe. But either way, I was just giving that to them for the sake of argument, right? So for the sake of argument, I was giving that to them. I'm not saying that's confirmed. There's actually a word for this, Sinicization. China used to be about 15 distinct ethnic groups. The Han would take them over and make them eat Han food, marry Han women, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. No biggie? No, it's still a biggie. It's still a biggie. You can still have horrible things. I would consider the bombing of Dresden, while potentially militarily justifiable, to be horrific. You had entire families who fled into retention ditches in order to avoid firebombs, and they suffocated to death in the retention ditches because there wasn't enough oxygen for them to breathe. That's horrific. Same thing with the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You can make a moral argument for nation states being treated as all viable targets because they're all working towards the war machine and they're not surrendering. You can make that moral argument, especially during World War II, because that's how everybody fought. However, vaporizing like 500,000 people within 2 weeks is horrific, right? So you can make arguments for why it's justifiable. That doesn't make it less horrific. As a matter of fact, I think if you, I'll move on, but I think if you talk about war, almost all people who fight in war understand war to be justified, like mentally, morally, spiritually justifiable horror. It's fear, it's anxiety, it's death, it's gore, it's viscera. You can find the humor in it, you can find the excitement in it, but it ultimately is horror. So yeah, that's part of the reason why whenever Hasan laughs about it, you can find the darkly funny things in it, and I think that's acceptable to a degree. But he's not laughing about that. He's laughing about a member of an ethno-religious group being offended that he's being presented with a symbol of his group's destruction and being offended by it, and he thinks that's funny. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's like me bringing a Japanese person on and then me pulling up footage of the Enola Gay bombing Nagasaki or Hiroshima, right? It's yeah, and then like laughing about it, right? That would be, in my opinion, something equivalent. Commander Haircut says, this is a fair point. There are different types of genocide, but should we argue about different lethal genocides are more or less morally bad? Yeah. The truth is the truth. So Commander Haircut, I understand that making these differences in description can be repulsive. I understand that a lot of people might not want to make these differentiations from like moral analysis, but the truth is ultimately the truth. So yeah, I'm interested in the truth no matter how ugly it is. Anyways, I've yapped for long enough. Let's continue.
Posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott. Clip up, I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bang.
Let's face it, Ethan won right there, where he's like, listen, I think we can both agree that Candace Owens is a bigger anti-Semite than me. I agree. I think that she's 1-2 punch. I think that's funny. And I agree with Hasan that Candace Owens is a bigger anti-Semite. But I think Ethan makes a interesting point here.
Do you think
hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy?
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti?
point.
Well, let me finish.
Okay,
Let
then
me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
Let me finish. You asked a two-part question.
me two
Rogan,
questions.
and let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions.
Ethan's doing an excellent job of tracking the arguments, by the way. He talks smack about his own ability to debate. I think he's way better at debating, especially when he's passionate about the topic. I think he's way better at debating than he gives himself credit for.
Together, I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace.
Yep, and insidious. I think he was looking for the word insidious, but he couldn't quite find it off the tip of his tongue. It is way more manipulative to be like, well, I don't have a problem with Jews. I just have a problem with belief that 80% of Jews hold, right? That's kind of like the, it's like the white thing with like, are you racist? And it's like, listen, I like plenty of black people. I just don't like N-words, right? But then if you deal with the fact that, you know, pop culture, hip hop culture, gang culture, drug culture is a substantive part of, you know, poor, impoverished black communities or whatever, then yeah, like you're a little racist, right? Now you can justify your racism, but you're probably a little bit bigoted. And I think that one of the things that intersectionality was supposed to do was it was supposed to make it okay for us to describe that we're all a little bit bigoted, which is fine. But what's funny is oftentimes progressives and lefties, they don't want to admit that they're bigoted at all. Whereas I think that I'll admit it. If you say, hey, Connor, you're like a little Islamophobic, I would be like, yeah, probably. I have Muslim friends. I love my Muslim friends. I also think that there's a chill way to be Muslim. I also think jihadism is actually a pretty big deal. Same thing with black people. It's like, hey, Connor, you're a little bit racist towards black people. It's like, maybe a little bit. Like I have plenty of black friends. I work with black people. I love a healthy chunk of really good black people. However, there are some black people that do stuff that I find abhorrent that is normalized within their subculture, and I'm a huge critic of it. So if you think me criticizing what I view as toxic subcultures as racist, then sure, maybe I'm a little racist, you know? It's I'm not trying to be bigoted. I'm not trying to judge the random person on the street as having all these negative attributes that I associate with what I view as a toxic subculture. But if you want to say I'm a little bit prejudicial, a little bit racist, a little bit Islamophobic, okay, I might be. I'm working on it, and I'm trying to do right by everyone.
Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important question.
You think I'm
I have to
anti-Semitic
do
now?
butt kicks with a weight.
Because 2 days
I'm
ago
gonna
you said I
answer.
wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think, or 2
anti-Semitism
days ago?
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
Can you
And by the way,
point to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan, I think-
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're
They
doing
would.
right now and
Well, let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is a
that. Let's-
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's.
Okay. I'm a little bit out of breath because I am working out while we're doing this. I love what Ethan Klein just did. Hassan says, I think that most people are going to end up siding with me and they're going to think that you're crazy. And Ethan says, let's not worry about that. And what I love about that is, number one, the truth is the truth. Number two, Hassan is in a little hug box. He's been allowing his chat to be sycophantic for years. He's been banning people who disagree with him for years. And so as a result, he thinks that his little hug box is the world. He thinks that his little like pro-Hamas, pro-Houthi, pro-Islamist sweeping, pro-Middle Eastern and North African, anti-Zionist perspective, he thinks that that is the entirety of the United States, when realistically, it's a few 100,000 schizophrenics on the internet. Now, congratulations to him for attracting a few 100,000 schizophrenics in order to listen to him about politics and all that kind of bullshit. Good on him for being able to do that. However, his hug box, his chat, That's not the real world. And a substantive amount of the world sides with Ethan Klein over HASAN Piker. Celeste Plantagenet, yuck, says something probably racist, but I'm going to read it anyways. I won't date a Hispanic dude because being Hispanic and seeing how they are, my father, all I see is cheating and trauma. I've known great Hispanic men, but my experience harbors bad memories. Well, yeah, so that's kind of the thing is like you could view that as bigoted, but if there were, and by the way, like I know some pretty chill Hispanic dudes, but I also know that there's a machismo subculture where the man can do whatever he wants, and effectively it's like very paternalistic. No, it's like maternalistic, where it's almost like toxic femininity. Like every Hispanic man is like a little teeny tiny baby boy that needs to be taken care of first by their mother, then by their wife, and then if they cheat, it's because they're like their wife didn't take care of them enough or whatever. That's, you know, some of the excuse making that I saw. So if you don't want to, Jonah Boy says, "Damn it." Listen. So, you know, I would think that you could probably find a chill, attractive, responsible, intelligent Hispanic man. But if that's a trauma that you're carrying and then somebody reminds you of that trauma, I'll say you're a little bigoted, but I don't think you're a piece of shit, right? So I feel called out. Oh no. Oh no. Jonah Boy says, "Damn it." And I think it's because he wants to date a French girl. I think that's why. And then Joe Vasquez gets caught in the crossfire. Yo, that's awesome. Oh man, friendly fire, ceasefire, chat, ceasefire. Make the range cold. We're hitting our own. Oh man, Silver Jacket says, "I'm trying to date one woman from every ethnicity. Any Lithuanian or Latvian woman in chat want to help me out?" Well, listen, let's be real. We're like 90% male, so good luck with finding a specifically Lithuanian or Latvian woman in chat. I wish you luck with that, Silver Jacket man.
Let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't,
you accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. You know, I only
in the
see
waiting room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
That's so mean.
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
It's
that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah, you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
Wait, why
US
are you
senator.
showing me this? Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, but I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan. I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me.
And by the way, this is where I do find the debate a bit cringe, and this might violate some terms of service, but I'm going to say it. If I start, let's say that we get bigger, and by the way, we did break 100. Parasocial love to you and yours. Please remember to like the stream, all that kind of stuff to help out the algorithm, let people know that we're live. Come hang out, have a good time, okay? Let's say that I get big enough in order to fight with another large creator. If I start fighting about what subreddits are doing, or if I start fighting about what I posted on my Instagram, I'm going to post my own address, and I want you to come euthanize with me with a hammer. Okay? I will self-dox and I will authorize you. You know, you can use this clip when you get arrested. You can say Connor wanted it. He said if he ever argued about what he posted to Instagram or what he posted to Reddit or what one of his fans posted to Reddit, he could be euthanized with a hammer. I just want you to use that at your defense trial, okay? Because I will deserve it. All right? Just sharing that.
Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay. Everybody pray for Jonah Boy. Just applied to a tech internship that pays nearly $5K weekly. Wish me luck, brothers. Jonah Boy. We're all going to say a little prayer for Jonah Boy. Not only because he's a brother and we wish him success, but also if he's making 20K a week, maybe he can share the wealth a little bit. So, don't feel compelled. But if you're making 20K a week or 20K a month, you know, let's be real. You know, you're in the upper tax bracket, all right? Conservative liberalism says if you were single, I'd honor that request, but I couldn't do that to your wife and kids. You know what? They might be better off without me, okay? We'd have to have abandoned you, Connor. We won't waste time going to jail. Yeah. Nah, sorry. He is the one with richies now. I don't feel comfortable praying for the rich. No, he's not rich yet. He needs to get rich. You need to pray for him to become rich. Now, he's not rich yet. He's still waging it. He's still slumming it, you know? All right. Sorry. Memes aside.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my
sure does,
end.
buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So
Which is true.
So the question I have for you once again is like,
yo, Jonah Boy, you say it's a long shot, but for 5K a week, I'm finna apply and lie my balls off if I have to. Well, number one, I would say don't lie, but you can be a little hyperbolic with your achievements. And then what I would say, number two, you have a 3,000 IQ, okay? Just by being in this chat, by having this taste for content, you're easily like Mensa. You're like top 1% of America, right? Top 1% of the world, as a matter of fact. So what you need to do is you don't need to lie, but you need to go in there. You need to show off your accolades. And then they're like, well, what do you think you could do for us? Then you need to be like, listen, you know, I'm aggressive. I care. I'm young. I'm energetic. I learn quickly. I do this. I do that. You know, take care of my moms, blah, 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 blah. And then as a result, they'll be like, dang, this young go-getter is somebody that we need on our team. And then boom, you'll have the job. Just put your YouTube history on your resume. Do not put your YouTube history on your resume, okay? Well, actually, hold on. You specifically can show that you're like, you can put a picture at the bottom that shows that you're subscribed to this channel, right? And they'll be like, oh, this dude's brilliant. This man can do anything he puts his mind to. That's why he's subbed to Counterpoints. Yep, there you go. Put it in the other skills section. You know, other skills section, put regular Counterpoints viewer, and they'll know what that means.
like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be?
Is anti-Sem? This is so dumb, and I'm sure it hits hard if you seriously have like a 79 IQ. Is anti-Semitism when people are bigoted against Jewish people, or is it just when your feelings get hurt? I bet that slaps if you're retarded.
Any number of different things that I've done in any given moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why
you
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens,
yes,
on
anti-Semitism. Wrong. We are going to raise you. So Silver Jacket Man and Commander Haircut are both encouraging our sweet young Jonah Boy to lie, and they are wrong. Okay, they are wrong. You do what's right, regardless of how effed up the world is, okay? The reason why HASAN Piker started lying, and he's lying about stupid and obvious things, the reason why he's comfortable lying in front of tens of thousands of people, even though he's going to get called out for it, is because he's been rewarded for it. He's been rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of live viewers, hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views, millions of dollars in his checking account for lying. But guess what? This dude's soul is rotted. When you lie, you're rotting your own soul. Tell the truth. Tell it as you see it. If you want to be a little bit hyperbolic for effect, if you want to exaggerate your zeal for the job, et cetera, that's all normal. Do not state untruths into reality, or else you could become ultra materially successful, but your virtue will be dog shit. So no, do not listen to the people who are encouraging you to lie. Kesogo says, I'm the guy at my job that's fixing all the mistakes of the previous people who lied to get the position. No, my workload is 10x more than it arguably should be. Exactly. It makes the world a worse place. Harmonic Fox says, Valor Network, should I tell the Grammy committee that I'm subscribed to you so we can bring the home album of the year? Absolutely. This is something that you can do anywhere. You can apply to Mensa, International Baccalaureate. You can apply to Harvard, Yale, all the best institutions. They recognize a Counterpoint subscription as like solid gold. Don't build your house on sand. Exactly. Thank you. It's his love language. Lying is Hasan's love language. Oh, man. Yeah. And not just that. What is it? My favorite quote, one of my favorite quotes, and I hope it's one of your favorite quotes as well, is Mark Twain. He says, I never lie. That way I don't have to remember anything. And that is so convenient a way to live. I have been able to put my head on the pillow every single day for the past almost 40 years because I don't lie. Like the only lies that I have ever committed are lies of omission. Okay. Where I don't give the full story because I think it's inconvenient. But I very rarely, I think when I was a teenager, I did a couple of times. Very rarely will I ever do a lie of commission. And the reason why is because if somebody asks you a question and then you just tell them the truth from your perspective, and then 6 months later, somebody asks you the same question, you don't have to think back like, oh, what did I say because I was feeling the pressure from my audience? Oh, what did I say to this person because I didn't want to get them mad at me? Oh, what did I say because of this reason? You don't have to remember shit. You can just say the way that you think reality is, and there should be like a 95% overlap between the way that you see reality 6 months ago versus the way that you see it now. Of course, you can get like updated information, but you can account for that. So if they're like, oh, 2 years ago, you said this, and then you said this, what's the difference? There was one thing that like Dickers, which is like a drama channel, they said something along the fact of, I think I said that I wouldn't associate with people who doxed, and that doxing is one of the worst things that you can do as a creator. And I still think that's true. So they're like, why are you willing to associate with Steven after he has publicly called for the doxes of people that are harassing him? And I think my answer was, number one, that he's saying that it's reciprocal because people are using Kiwi farms in order to harass him. I don't know if that's true. Could be bullshit. Who knows? And then number two, I'm hoping he changes his behavior. I'm pretty sure after that conversation, I actually DM'd Steven and I said, I don't know my exact statement, but I asked him, I was like, why do you think this is appropriate? Why do you think this is okay? And he said that it was reciprocal. And I'm pretty sure I said something like, I think you can be the bigger person. That's annoying to hear as a creator. I think you can be a bigger person is a very annoying thing to hear, but I literally think he could. I think Steven could move on, just cover the news, make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars and leave all this drama bullshit in the past. He could do his settlements and then he could just not lie to people in the future and he'll be fine. Right? So anyways, which is like a 95% overlap over my previous position. I'm just making an exception for somebody who I view as an online friend. And if you want to say I'm compromised or I'm biased, you're right. I'm compromised or biased. I'm holding my friend to a lower standard. That way, I hope that they hold themselves to a higher standard later. And I am gently pressuring them to hold themselves to a higher standard. That's exactly what's going on. And I'll own that. And if you want to criticize me for it, that's totally fine. Or telling your wife that you like her outfit. Truth be told, whenever my wife dresses up, she's a smoke show. So I'm very lucky in that regard. There might be an outfit that I don't like it has like poofy shoulder pieces or something. But generally speaking, if she dresses up, she is a hottie. Oh, essays would be my favorite part. I'm not. Destiny is not your friend. We can argue it back and forth. You know, it's like Scorpion and the Frog kind of scenario where he can sting at any time, because obviously there's people who in his life that have been way more important than I'll ever be, and he hasn't treated them the best. But I think friendship is, you know, it's about as far as you extend it. Friendly, associate, internet associate. If you want to put me in one of those categories, I don't care. It's not a big deal. Destiny's only true friend is Dan, the Jew man. It's because he got something on Destiny. No, I think he just gave him lots of money, and they've been friends for like 20 years. I think it's just history. I think they just love each other. That's all. They have heterosexual love for each other. The problems with holding friends to lower standards is that you can't get mad or be disappointed in them if they never correct the wrong behaviors. Wrong, well, QC John. You can continue to be friends with people who are doing something wrong and then encourage them to higher level behaviors and be disappointed when they don't hold themselves to those standards and articulate it. There's a friend that I have who I love him like a brother. Seriously, he's one of the most reliable people in my life. And a decade ago, he was totally lost, like selfish, hedonistic, pursuing sex and pleasure over everything else, didn't believe anything, didn't believe in God, didn't believe in himself, didn't believe in any institution. Truly like one of the souls with the most despair that I've ever met in my entire life. But we were good friends, and fundamentally under all of the bullshit, I could see that he was an actually like principled, diligent, disciplined, intelligent man. And I hung in there, and I was his friend for a long time during some of his dark passages, and he was a friend of mine through some of my dark passages. And together, we're infinitely better people now, a decade later, than we were a decade ago. So I don't believe that. Oh, did y'all see Destiny's post about maybe getting involved in the Unfuck America tour since Dean Parker quit? I hope it works out. Same. I hope he gets back out there. If Destiny is my real friend, he is, then he's definitely friends with Connor. Dr. Zayas, thank you. All right, we'll move on with the content. I'm just shit posting with chat. Friends tell friends hard truths. Friends that won't criticize me aren't my friends. This is true. Damn, I'm so retarded. I didn't even know X and D make that emoji. Oh, nice. Connor is compromised by centrism. The bastard won't join the political Stone Age tribe of the ideologues. I know, I'm such a piece of shit. All right, anyways, let's move on. I'm having too much fun with chat. It's my fault.
Yes. In my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
2 days ago, you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did. You went back and forth.
I have actually went back and checked
you on it.
I had said that you've spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabra. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's a valid thing to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree.
Well,
timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy?
And by the way, we've gotten updated information since this, where the guy basically came out and was like, no, I absolutely was Hassan's fan. Like since that time, he was like, I was Hassan's fan until he said X, then I stopped being his fan. So they fight about this, where whether or not he's a true fan or whatever. But honestly, it's really not a big deal one way or the other. The accusation is about the behavior and whether or not the behavior is bad.
My fan?
Yeah.
This
you remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
yeah, you remember.
Wait. No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip
S-slur
of being
on
like,
the comment. He's
yo,
not
I
a
love
fan.
this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
No. Hold on.
no,
You brought this dude
it doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as
Everybody pray for Jonah Boy that he gets his job, but also pray for C-Dubs because he has a stomach bud. So he will be volatile through his orifice for the next 24 hours. And I know how terrible that is. And my apologies. I found out that I was allergic to cashews in a very bad way. So I sympathize, and I'm sorry. It's very bad. So everybody say a prayer for C-Dubs that he doesn't die on the toilet. Oh, man. The clip being debated strat is goated. Yeah, so listen, guys. I'm going to tell you. So the general consensus is that Hasan did not do particularly well in this debate, at least outside of his little hug box. And I think the reason why, especially in the debate space, is that whenever there's information being presented, most debaters will stop, look, and listen about what's being said so they can respond to it, and they can respond to something that's coherent, competent, well-researched, etc. Right? That's why people stop, look, and listen when they're being presented with new information. When somebody is presenting new information and you interrupt them every 5 seconds, it seems like, regardless of whether you intended or not, it seems like you're afraid of what they're going to post. And so as a result, people will view you as more rhetorically weak. That might not be something that is well known inside Hasan's sphere because they don't really watch a lot of debate content, but 100% in the debate sphere, it's viewed as weakness. Sacred Snow says, Counterpoints, did you see the guy Delco Defactor hilarious degen mental health coverage news segment? No. Let me write it down, I guess. I'll take a look at it off stream. What did you say? Delco Diffractor. Okay, interesting. We love you and hope you don't die soon, C-Dubs. Exactly. I think this whole debate, the real winner truly is Dan. True. Hasan did better than expected. Is that true? Because I thought that, in my opinion, I thought that Ethan Klein was the people basically said that he's not a debater. He's a pop guy. He doesn't do a lot of research. He's more of a comedian, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I thought that Ethan was the low man on the totem pole in reference to debate. I thought that Hasan, I thought that Hasan was kind of favored going into the debate because he at least did cut his teeth on Twitch and YouTube panels. It's been a while. It's probably been like, I don't know, 5 years since he was actively debating. Maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. But still, he hasn't done a lot of debates since. And even when he does do debates, it's oftentimes not that great.
As an example of you,
it does matter. It
okay,
does matter.
fine. He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought
Now you
him
don't
up,
care.
Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
did you make it seem like that
Hasan,
person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
it's
get
my
there
turn
right
to
now.
ask a question. Just because
Why
I
do you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you the
guy is a
space
fan
to
of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried
finish.
to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
At
Okay,
the
thank you very
encampment where I
much.
was very clearly disturbed by his presence?
Hasan,
Is
I
that
think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan,
let me.
can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because he's
random
on
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves
like
you, that
me
you're his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use? Wait.
All right, Hasan,
Didn't
here you go,
use
buddy.
him approaching
Here we
you?
go. You wanted it. I've got
Use
it.
him approaching you.
Oh no, I think we got a HASAN PIKER viewer in Twitch. He used to be horrible. What do you mean? Ethan was a clown in this debate? I think you're new. I think you're very new. I think that if you were watching for the past hour or two, you would kind of see the lines of argumentation that we've already discussed. Where's the logic behind Hasan's arguments? No idea. I think so far it's, haha, I'm not anti-Semitic. These are all jokes. Lol. Was that axiom? Was that a compelling argument to you when they were talking about the swastika sword? Was it's just a joke? Lol. Well, right. But you said that he did better than you expected. So I'm asking you, what do you think he did better on? Because so far what's happened is, we're only an hour in, by the way. This is my fault for taking 3 hours to describe and break down 1 hour worth of content. But what we've seen so far is Hasan. We've seen Hasan, or we've seen Ethan bring up like, hey, I thought this was anti-Semitic. Hey, I thought this was anti-Semitic. Hey, I thought this was anti-Semitic. And then Hasan goes like, no, lol. Like, that's what we've seen so far.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty,
I
bro.
love you.
bro.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my girl, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking, is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because
Wow,
we spent
dude,
a
I
good
love
deal
you.
of
You're the GOAT,
encampment.
bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment.
Hold on, guys. We got to get one guide. We got to get one guide, guys. Let's do it. I can't wait. This is going to be fun. This is, listen, again, it takes way too long for me to break down content, but I like to think that my commentary is oftentimes more insightful than the original content. So hopefully that's true. So hold on. So are you serious with the sword? Axiom asks. Okay, Axiom, what does this look like to you? Use any word you feel like describing in order to describe the sword that he posed with multiple times in promotional material for the Content Cop. Please take your time. Feel free to use any descriptive term that you want for the sword. I'll go ahead and put it over here since you're taking a second to respond.
Man, if you watch the unedited full live,
So your description of this item, no way, bro. Your description of this item is not a swastika. So how would you describe it? Okay, so you described what it's not. It's not a swastika, which is a hilarious way to describe an object that suspiciously looks like a swastika. But I didn't ask you what it's not. I asked you, what does it look like? Please take your time. What is this argument? It's not even an argument. It's me asking you a question. What does this look like? Describe it. It's a black shape. It's kind of like a square with a bunch of arms that jut out and go in 90-degree angles. You said it's not a swastika. What is it? A bunch of straight lines. Okay, so let's work with that real quick. Okay, a bunch of straight lines. Let's Google that. It looks like a manji symbol. Interesting. Okay, so here's a bunch of straight lines. This is what you described it as. I don't think that's what it looks like. Whereas let's take a look at a swastika. Let's take a look at a swastika, okay? Wow. That's suspiciously similar. I Google swastika and we almost have a 1-to-1 with the sword. Isn't that crazy? Let's look. Somebody said manji. Why is it infantile? Please tell us, illuminate us. Thought more of you. I've never seen you in my chat in my fucking life. You're on Twitch chat. 90% of my audience is on YouTube chat. I've never seen the handle Axiom. Thought more of you. Please tell me. This is a manji. This is what another person said it was. Okay. What does a manji look like? Check history. I'm not checking history. Axiom. This is infantile. You're telling me to tell me, you're coming in and you're telling me that this is a manji. It's literally described as a manji. Okay. Then we have a swastika facing one direction, and then we have a swastika facing the other direction, and they're identical. They're facing a different direction, and this is a hit piece on a Jewish gentleman, specifically in reference to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. And Ethan Klein, I'm not emotional at all. I think you're retarded. Like, dude, you're like, oh, you're so upset, you're so angry. I'm not even angry. I'm bewildered. I'm befuddled by your argument about a toy sword. No, it's not about the toy sword. As a matter, we're going to get one guide. Let's go ahead and get one guide. It is what it is. If you don't want to get one guide, it's fine. Come back in 5 minutes, okay? It's not a toy. Your voice is rising? Yeah, because you're retarded. So we look here. This is a swastika facing left. We Google manji. A manji is a swastika facing left. A swastika is facing right. Out of 10 swords that he could have picked, it could have been any sword. And yet they picked the swastika sword. Hasan has described it as a swastika sword, and they're using it on a hit piece for a Jew. I'm retarded. I'm describing reality accurately. Why aren't you retarded? You have like, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't want to hold the entire chat hostage for this piece, but I would love for you to explain how it's okay to take a swastika, flip the image, and then use it on a hit piece on a Jew, and for people not to read into that you're being anti-Semitic. Use as many words as you want to. Besides, you're emotional, you're angry, you're retarded. Because those aren't arguments. Feel free. I'll wait. I would recommend, for your sake, that you use more than 3 words. Listen, I'm happy to listen and learn. If you came up with we're all 3,000 IQ people here, okay? Everyone in this chat has a 3,000 IQ. So we're all very intelligent. We all understand what's going on. I think you might be the one that's confused. I've not watched the hit piece, just seen the sword argument. Well, then you don't know what you're talking about. So why are you calling other people retarded when you don't even know the context of it? So Axiom, I'm going to give you the opportunity to retreat and move on so we can move on as a chat. And I'm not going to ban you or suspend you, providing that you're not an asshole in chat. But I'm going to say that you shouldn't jump into chat and start talking about something that you don't know the context for and then start calling other people retarded. That behavior is retarded. Anyways, we'll move on. It's fine.
Live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but
oh, you think I give a fuck about this channel? Ban me? Okay, easy. Let's do it, chat. I'll go out of my way. Axiom's a special little snowflake. He wants our attention. We'll give it to him. I don't even care, bro. I don't want to research anything. Why would I research anything when I could just spout off at the mouth and not know what's going on? Why would I research anything or understand anything? Okay. Bye to you too, bitch. Bye, bitch. He used the B word on me. Okay. He used the B word on me. West Coast Girl says, I love that you call all your viewers geniuses while Destiny calls us all retarded. Together we have a complete parasocial parent set. Listen, Steven can be your he can be your parasocial mom, like your abusive mom for whom nothing is good enough. And I'll be your parasocial gentle dad for whom I put on the training wheels and I help you get where you need to go. Okay. He can be your parasocial mom. I'll be your parasocial dad. All right. Anyways, I've distracted enough. My apologies. We had fun. I need to stop having fun.
But that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Dumbass.
Listen,
for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing. When I'm telling you, I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
again? He was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Girl,
I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip?
Good news for you guys. I don't smoke anymore.
Where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around. Because that also
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh. Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do
my,
it again. Fuck
my,
it.
my
Yeah.
producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera
again.
op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
was
sweaty, bro.
there.
bro.
I'm so
I
sweaty.
love
And he's
you,
in the
bro.
chat right
I have
now.
to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the
Ethan.
world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You
That's-
are delusional.
Okay, very good.
You
I'm
are.
delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
So I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine?
Yo, so the accusation would be that he has an anti-Semitic fan and that Hasan normalizes this behavior. We can let Ethan Klein make an argument, but this is so funny. This is the New York Post, or not, New York Times article that glazes Hasan, and they had to crop this picture because in the original picture, Lichter, Sneeko, Kander, Nick Fuentes. Damn, we only got our Hasan pictures. In the original picture, there's a chat in here, and it was on a previous stream. And the chat in here said that they wanted to rape IDF bitches to death. Like, so Hasan can play all obtuse about, you know, what's going on in his chat and the kind of behaviors that he normalizes and all that kind of bullshit. But there was literally one that was saying like, oh, isn't this just the project of greater Israel? Isn't Israel just going to keep conquering all of the Middle East and North Africa? Which you can make like a steel man of, but it's still, you know, kind of like an anti-Semitic argument. And then immediately underneath the greater Israel post, there was a post that was saying that they wanted to grape someone to death. Like an IDF, they wanted to grape somebody to death. And it's like, oh, okay, that's your audience. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And so the New York Times screenshotted it. You can still find it on Twitter. I could probably find it. So Venn diagram between two handsome extremists has crossover with the lost Zoomer crowd. True. And then not just that, like Sneeko is like an Islam simp and all that kind of stuff. Who is Sneeko? He used to be a popular YouTuber. He does have redeeming moments where he's actually insightful and artistic and kind of like chill. And then he also says things that are absolutely schizophrenic, insane in reference to Judaism, Judaism, Jews, Israel, the Talmud, all that stuff. He says like crazy anti-Semitic shit too. So where's the lolicon? I thought you took the streamer thing seriously. Yo. This is how you know I'm not a normie, right? So I can open up my downloads folder and there's 0% porn. There's no porn. There's no porn. There's no nothing. It's all like Warhammer stuff and thumbnails and Twitch and YouTube politics stuff and 3D design stuff. There's no porn on here. Oh man, I'm not even a real streamer, bro. I'm not even a real streamer. I don't even have like degenerate pornography or receipts for brothels, you know, that I don't have any of the true. I'll never be a true streamer, guys.
Because he fucking
play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in
was
circles.
clout
I'll play
chasing
the
at a
clip
fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Wait,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this
It
for
seems
2
like-
hours, or do you want to actually
It
have a
seems like
conversation?
this is a wait. Well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine.
Hold on. I'm going to see if I can pull this up on Twitter. Number one, I'm going to see if I can find the New York Times piece that shows the horrific thing that Hasan Piker's chat was saying that they didn't catch in the original segment. And then I also want to check and see if I can find the Hasan Piker fan who, after this debate, came out and said, like, no, absolutely, I'm a Hasan Piker fan. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Keynote content.
You
Man,
said
I heard
he
you
was
about
a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
Okay,
your,
I
in
lied,
one of your videos.
I lied
you
about
said he
him
was
being a
of
fan.
mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A random Hasan
wants the
fan
clout
comes up
chase,
to you.
and you, wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say,
Yo, I literally typed into Twitter search HASAN PIKER fan, and it popped up immediately. So if you thought I was lying or making anything up, here it is right here. Lionhead 94, I would F this IDF B word to the D word and make their mother shove missiles up their A word, P word, A word, B word, right? Then Zinal, isn't this all a part of their crazy ideology of recruiting greater Israel, which includes other countries around that area? So this is just never going to stop. There are crazy Zionists who do believe in greater Israel. So that I don't view this as anti-Semitic necessarily, but the fact that these are right next to each other, I find amazing. Took me 15 seconds on Twitter in order to find that. So let me see if I can find the other one while the content plays.
say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
Nobody
That's
said
a
that.
total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a
faith
fan
lie.
of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. When is it? Now that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send him?
harass you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And then
Yes.
you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine.
Go ahead. When you're done,
leading the audience to believe.
I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
You're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak and then we can figure out, we can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Can you play, Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, who is this guy?
I'll play it, yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey,
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
Listen, you're all my parasocial loves, okay? You know, I'm not, obviously I have to make sure that schizophrenics don't go out. But if you guys are in Central Florida and you DM me on like Discord or Twitter and I check your Twitter and it's not like a whole bunch of statements of like, I'm going to see if I can hang out with Counterpoints and assassinate him, then I'll hang out. We can shoot guns. We can get a beer, whatever.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a
Yo, yeah. Seeing Connor's wife on X would say she gets far more vicious online. C-dubs, yeah. My wife is a tough lady, okay? She doesn't take any shit. She doesn't take any shit from me. She doesn't take shit from other people. So that's what's funny is they're like, some people, they accuse me of being abusive to my wife. It's like, dude, no. That's not the dynamics of the relationship. She is a interesting, smart, funny, tough lady who can look out for herself. And if you see her on social media, she will be talking shit more aggressively than I am, That's so cool of you, Connor, but I'll be lying in the cold ground before I set foot in Florida. Listen, during the winter months, it can be very beautiful. Summer is hell. Summer is a tropical swamp. You know, it's getting hot in my office right now because of how hot it is outside. During the winter, though, it's like, you know, tropical paradise. It's like a 60-degree breeze, 70-degree breeze. You know, you get the ocean breeze. You hear the wind rustling through the trees. There's lizards and birds and owls and hawks and turkey vultures everywhere, including the city. You know, it's actually quite a stunning place. You know, just the summers are absolutely brutal. Counterpoints. Listen, socialist Squidward can't help. He was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. Rude. You guys are being mean.
Nico fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Yeah. House prices are brutal. It went from, I would say a decade ago, it was pretty normal to get a house for under 300K to now, even if you're like an hour outside of Orlando, you're still looking at 300K. Whereas inside Orlando, if you're in Orlando Metro at all, you could be 45 minutes away from downtown. You're looking at $500,000. Home ownership in the suburbs has become insanely expensive. And even in the country, you know, like 45 minutes away in the suburbs that they're building in, or the suburbs that they're building in the country, even those are like barely affordable for a working class family, right? If I'm ever in Chicago, sick. I need to make it up to Wisconsin and Illinois again. I actually like that part of the country. All I heard was Florida is a lame, castle-less swamp. We got castles. There's the Bach Tower. We got Fort Christmas. They're not good castles, but they exist. And they're not a castle, they're a fortress.
Ethan,
Yeah.
he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging.
The anti-alligator countermeasures are just being Floridian.
Your
An
feet on
inference
this
that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
You've made
please
an
move
inference
on?
that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't
also
prove me wrong
false.
at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of
You were never there, Hasan.
someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think no. I think that guy.
Yeah.
That I mean, from what I've seen,
Yeah.
any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
So.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I don't care about this. Can I skip it? the whole point is that they fight about that segment. I'm going to skip it. I'm just going to be real. Like we're not going to get through all of it today, but I do want to get to the more spicy stuff. Effectively, what ends up happening is Ethan shows off that accusing him of working with the ADL specifically can be used as an anti-Semitic insult. Hasan says that he didn't do that. They show a clip of him saying that he partnered with the ADL in order to make Zionist a slur on Twitch. So if you spam Zionist in chat, you can catch a community, like a community strike or whatever, or you can get suspended or banned on Twitch. And I'm actually more sympathetic to Hasan's perspective that the term Zionist is something that should descriptively be able to be used for people who not only believe in the nation state of Israel, but also believe in an expansionist vision of Israel. And so I think that it's still a useful political term. I'm sympathetic to Ethan saying that it can be used as an anti-Semitic slur, but so can everything, right? I don't care, right? Let's move to the next segment because what is effective activism? That could be fun because hopefully Ethan accuses Hasan of not being an effective activist, and then they kind of get into it.
Hey, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern—
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is.
Ethan Klein, dub, own, whatever. You can still think that he's being hyperbolic about how much he cares about the anti-Semitism or whatever, but 100% from a logical standpoint, why would you allow the person who's being accused of bad behavior to define how bad their behavior should be? Right? Like, it can be an argument back and forth, like, hey, is this actually serious? But he's saying that while he doesn't agree with it, sending CPS to his house is not that big of a deal. All the anti-Semitic harassment that's been on his social media, not that big of a deal. The getting human skulls in the mail, not that big of a deal. His wife being accused of being a baby murderer, not that big of a deal. All of this stuff pales in comparison to the ongoing genocide of the Gazans. And so as a result, why do you care? And what Ethan Klein has correctly said multiple times is, I can care about multiple things all at the same time. And I feel like there's anti-Semitic and pernicious and pro-terrorist segments of your, little clout and clique. And so as a result, I'm going to call it out because I can care about multiple things at once. That is 100% a valid and sound argument that for some reason, Hasan is just going to retreat into, there's a genocide going on. There's a genocide going on. It's like, okay, multiple bad things can exist, and multiple bad things can exist in separate degrees of severity. Ethan Klein has every right to be pissed off. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, look up Tamar Castle for some Templar corn. Also, I'll give a castle tour if you ever visit Portugal. Ooh. Tamar Castle. This will be a real castle compared to Fort Christmas. I'm going to show you Fort Christmas after we see Tamar Castle. Ooh. La-di-da. Well, look at this, chat. Isn't this beautiful? I would live here 100%. If I could become a billionaire, I would buy Tamar Castle and restart a military order of religious people, all religious people, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists. We would all train. It would be like a Buddhist temple for the Shaolin monks who train in martial arts. But instead of learning to do gymnastics, we would learn how to shoot guns and hand-to-hand combat so we can protect our respective religious communities. So help me become a multimillionaire by liking the stream and super chatting if you have money burning a hole in your pocket. And then what I'll do is I'll leverage, the millions of dollars that we make as a streamer into businesses that will make billions of dollars. And then we'll buy Tamar Castle and we'll make an international, fraternal, religious order of all religions who are dedicated to the protection of their respective religious communities. That's the plan. And then I'm going to show you Fort Christmas, because it's not immediately by my house, but it's kind of hilariously by my house. This is my castle. It's like a wood shack. It's a wood shack in the woods. That way Native Americans won't slit your throat while you're sleeping. This is my castle. It's like 3 or 4 wooden shacks built in the 19th century with one like gun shack, you know, so Native Americans don't kill you while you sleep. I love comparing that to Before Christmas.
Fucking brilliant.
Ethan,
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
do you
case?
think that
No, I don't.
the
Well,
Sabra Hummus
fucking there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus' shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan,
I'm
you
partnered
have
with
in
the
the
ADL.
past-
Remember what
you
you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mhm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a
Which you still haven't watched,
further indication
coward.
that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that
Yeah.
pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
harassing me?
creators?
I'll answer your question.
right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the
received
case?
those.
What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
Can
of
disagree.
the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
Attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for
and
Palestine does
claiming
not
that
absolve
they
you
are-
of criticism. Stop with the
Claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I mean, that's
kind of
up to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an
By the way,
alternative
gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope, this is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you
Ethan,
have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're
Ethan,
doing. You're a
Ethan,
fucking anti-Semite,
Ethan,
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan.
different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes,
Based I love the energy right there because he's calling a spade a spade. He's calling BS BS. The examples that we can bring up of Hasan being anti-Semitic, we're not even into the terrorism. Frankly, I'm going to watch probably tomorrow because we are running out of time. I'm going to watch tomorrow for the terrorism segment. But the truth is that we know for a fact that he was involved in the IDUPS hit piece. We know that he has platformed bad empanada. We know that he was okay with the sword thing, basically didn't think the sword thing was a big deal. We also know that he minimizes the panel as well. And so when we're talking about the panel, we're talking about Sabra being a Hebrew term for a Jewish person. We're talking about Sabra being an Israeli-owned company. And then in the context of the panel, it being used as a false Arab tier, like you're insufficiently Arab if you like Sabra because it's an inauthentic Middle Eastern and North African dish. You can say that's not worth getting your panties in a twist about. I totally agree with you. However, you can't say that it's not potentially an anti-Semitic dog whistle and the people in the panel were using it as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Then you have the sword, which he totally denies, which, you know, there was that other guy, that moron in chat, who said the sword thing is stupid. But then he had no alternative explanation for how it wasn't a swastika. IDUBS posed with Hasan's swastika sword for promotion for the hit piece against Ethan Klein. And then the other one I would say is platforming Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada 100% is like anti-Semitic, doxing, psycho, harassing piece of shit. He, one of the examples is he played a video game that was put on by Hamas, like Hamas or somebody like them, somebody sympathetic to Hamas made a pro-terrorist video game where you can shoot Israelis. And he's talking about hunting down Gila Klein. I don't care how you slice that. That's like Nick Fuentes Groyper hunting down Ben Shapiro levels of bullshit. So Bad Empanada, in my opinion, is a worthy comparison to the Nick Fuentes of the left. That I 100% think that's a perfect characterization for how schizophrenic he is and how much he caters to schizophrenics. And Hasan Piker has platformed Bad Empanada multiple times in order to harass Ethan. So yeah, pretending that Ethan Klein is hallucinating all this bullshit is raw cope. Raw cope.
Because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia.
Hello, iCal Rich. Good to see you. Misplaced paranoia in the wake of the most violent anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish terrorist attack in probably 80 years. The most violent terrorist attack since 9/11, 2001. And Ethan is paranoid. Yeah, no shit, he's paranoid. He's paranoid because there's a real threat out there, dumbass. And you sweep for the real threat.
From people who are
There you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
you literally think.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's not
whistle?
the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because
Well,
of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I
didn't
definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still
know.
wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody be well.
No,
All right,
not-
let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even.
Peter Mars, unrelated to the content, but still very funny, says, the great thing about pinky rings is that they can double for cock rings. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Ken. Empanada, the delicious Hispanic pastry. Yes, Bad Empanada. I think he lives in Argentina. Christian Blair says, Nick is a far-right piece of garbage, but he isn't as unhinged as Bad Empanada. Isn't that a further indictment, though, of Hasan and his clique, that they've been platforming Bad Empanada? And Nick Fuentes is effectively like, he's a Christian nationalist, but he 100% signal boost Nazi bullshit. He's 100% fellow travelers with Nazis. He's effectively Nazi adjacent, if not a Nazi himself, right? And yet, Bad Empanada is crazier than a Nazi fellow traveler. Isn't that absolutely bananas? That you can indict Bad Empanada worse, and Hasan Piker, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, political streamer on the world, platforms a schizophrenic worse than a Nazi. That's crazy. I wish you well is Hasan's way of saying F you to Ethan, so transparent. Joe Vasquez, I don't know, maybe I'm too sympathetic. I actually think that when iDubbbz and Hasan talk in that way, where they're like, hey, all things aside, even though we're viciously fighting, disagree with each other and kind of hate each other right now, I do wish you well. Maybe it's because there's people that I've had falling outs with, but I can feel that sentiment. I kind of feel that way. I'm not going to lie. I feel that way about Rob Noor, right? So Rob Noor and I viciously disagree. He thinks that I'm a fucking piece of shit for supporting Democrats during this election. I think he's a piece of shit for supporting Trump and then also minimizing the amount of damage that Trump is doing. But at the end of the day, Rob Noor wakes up, he goes to his job, he pays his bills, he pays his taxes, and he takes care of his family. And that's like the bare minimum for a human being that I want to do well in this life. So we viciously disagree about politics. And I do think that some of the things that he supports are genuinely evil. Like, I think they're actually bad and they're doing bad things in the world. Whereas he thinks that some of the things that I support, or even if I don't support them, I enable them through politics, he views as evil, which is why we can't see eye to eye. And that's why our last fight was so aggressive. But I do wish him well. I do hope he does well. I do hope that him and his family do well. I hope he lives to be 90 years old. I hope he has 10,000 grandkids. I hope he pays his bills, and I hope he succeeds financially, materially, and in whatever hobbies or endeavors he wants. I do wish him well, but if he comes onto my stream and he calls me a coward, I'm going to violate terms of service, right? And tell him what I think about what he should do. We are yet to get to the point where Hasan has his triggered moment, and it's glorious. I know. This is actually like the nerd Super Bowl. It's fantastic. Peter Mars says, oh my God, I made Rob Noor lose his mind on his chat once. Good. Joe Vasquez says, you're being way too charitable here. I'm sure you mean it that way, but Hasan definitely doesn't mean it that way. Well, then that just makes Hasan a bigger piece of shit. He also recent on stuff he believes he's crossed over his values. C-dubs, if you're saying that Rob Noor has had things that the Trump admin has done that violated his values, I've seen him tweet about it a couple of times. Christian Blair says, Rob Noor wouldn't support a takeover of the United States and provide the justification that Dems would do the same cringe. Yeah, if you're saying that he wouldn't be like a January 6er fascistic person who would take over the government, I agree. I think he actually believes in the United States. I tried looking up bad empanada, and somehow all I got was Russian saying Ukrainians deserve to be invaded. I mean, that's probably bad empanada. So sorry.
Even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What?
This is the stuff I don't care about.
What? What? The guy that I talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day, that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him.
Let's talk about why this segment, thankfully it's only a few minutes, let's talk about why this segment is necessary or relevant. Is that every time that there is a criticism of Hasan that is viable and hard to deflect, the deflection is that the criticism is sourced from Destiny's community. However, if you're not a moron, this is called the genetic fallacy. And the genetic fallacy says just because an argument emanates from a bad source doesn't mean that the argument itself is incorrect. As an example, if Hitler says that you should drink approximately a gallon of water a day in order to remain properly hydrated, if Hitler says that, that doesn't mean that the argument is incorrect.
Him, talking to him, what is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamas Abi
Yeah.
when making arguments
a fuck?
about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip.
unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also-
work with
but
Destiny.
None of that is relevant. What's
Okay.
relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I
I
feature him
don't
in
think
my
it's that
content?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The
I bet this hits if you're retarded.
the general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operations
know?
that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually
So let's be real here. The Taliban, of which there are some members even here. Dan, what? Hassan called him Dan the Diddler? What? Listen, Dan and I don't get along. That is a crazy nickname. That's like Vash Kaczynski, the Ukrainian hero who traveled into eastern Ukraine in order to save children, who has a unique ability to find orphan children in Ukraine. That is crazy. Yo, Dan the Diddler. That is, man, I wouldn't even call my best friend that. That's fucked up. All right. So I bet this slaps if you're retarded, because you can, if you have this like hyper negative perspective on Destiny, then you can assign Ethan's criticisms to Destiny and then dismiss them. But for people who have an IQ over 80, this doesn't work at all. And since everybody in my chat has an IQ over 3,000, you already know before I explain it why this doesn't work. Okay. If let's say that we say Osama bin Laden is a terrorist. I already brought this up, but I'll bring it up one more time. Osama bin Laden is a terrorist. Okay. What Hasan Piker can say is that, well, the CIA State Department says that, right? And he does that often, where he'll use the CIA State Department having an assessment of reality as a way to dismiss it. However, Osama bin Laden is also verifiably someone who openly created a paramilitary organization that attacks civilians in order to achieve political aims. He's definitionally a terrorist. And so a billion other news organizations will verify that to be true. So again, it's the genetic fallacy. It's a very stupid argument. And if that slaps for you, you need to join the Counterpoints chat, because everyone here, just by virtue of watching this content and by virtue of having prestigious taste in content, they have 3,000 IQ, right? Celeste has only been here like a week and she's at 4,000, right? I think it's logical to say that we will get over 9,000 at some point, right? The number can only go up. Our cumulative IQ will add up.
insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
it's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're
No, I
hallucinating.
didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Crashing out, bro.
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered the
that you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered.
This is perfect. He's tearing apart the genetic fallacy. So Hasan says that you featured somebody that my community doesn't like, therefore the information that you have against me is coming from a bad source, therefore it's irrelevant and can be disregarded. And then Ethan cuts to the core of it and he says, hey, well, the reason why I platformed him and the reason why he was a part of my video was because he found out and made public the fact that Twitch had an IP ban on the state of Israel. Is the IP ban against the state of Israel untrue? And I guarantee you that we're going to get a dodge.
Discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It is.
so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how
brought
is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan?
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid
with Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan?
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan.
Total dodge. So I think he made a slight factual acknowledgement that the IP ban, I think I heard that, but it wasn't like a vociferous, passionate endorsement of Ethan Klein's position. And then he retreats immediately to, do you deny that you associate with people who also associate with Destiny? It's like, don't you associate with Frogan, the person who was cheering on October 7th? Don't you associate with Denims, who has a clip of her effectively trying to endorse Hamas? Now, bear in mind, the charitable read on that clip is that she wasn't endorsing Hamas. She was just cheering somebody becoming less Zionist over time. But the way that it was read seemed to be pro-Hamas. Don't you associate with Denims, the person who platformed Bad Empanada, who is the person who likely instigated the calls to CPS on my house? Isn't it true that you associate with Bad Empanada, and platform his content, the person who claimed to have sent human remains to my house? Isn't that true? So the guilt by association thing, I think it can be like a decent criticism, particularly when birds of a feather flock together. However, you have to substantiate why it's bad. You can say that Destiny's bad for his sexual improprieties, but that has nothing to do with his argumentation about Israel-Palestine. There's nothing to do with it.
Saltman.
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host
And by the way, wasn't Hassan the one who was using the line of argumentation earlier in this segment where he was saying, I'm not iDubbbz, you have to ask him. I'm not Frogan, you have to ask her. So it seems like he has this vector of attack that he himself would dismiss. It's poor argumentation. He's a bad debater. He uses a deflection tactic that he then himself uses an attack vector that is easily deflected using the same tactic. It's actually poor debate skills.
perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man.
Oh, and he brings up the sex crimes that have nothing to do with anything. Let's see if he can square that circle for us. K-Sogo says, my brother was born into a wheelchair, always hit super hard when he would criticize someone. Loved it when he would talk smack because people didn't know how to react to a child on a wheelchair spitting facts. That's dope. And then wait, did Bad Empanada send the skulls himself? Is this confirmed? It's not confirmed, but he claimed it on social media. I think he claimed it on an Instagram or YouTube story. We need to wrap up? Okay. Then let's let me just listen to the next moment. We'll end the Destiny segment, and then I have to run because my wife has a follow-up appointment for her doctor's appointment yesterday, which I am apologizing for because it is cutting content a little bit short, but at the same time, we did do a substantive amount of content today. Yeah. You want to say that into the microphone?
Sorry, guys.
That's proof that my wife is real, and I'm not just faking her voice. iCowrich says he also never admits to being wrong about anything. Ethan, when things get heated, concedes points multiple times. True. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can wrap up the Destiny segment really quick because I'm sure my wife has to leave.
Try to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Unearthing sex crimes that he did.
So the argument is because Dan Saltman is a piece of shit. No offense, Dan. Is an alleged piece of shit who helped Steven cover up his alleged sex crimes. That means that you cannot take information from Dan Saltman that is factually true, that the company of Twitch did do a server IP ban for Israel when the conflict kicked off. So yeah, it's a genetic fallacy. It's totally stupid. It slaps if you're retarded. I'm sure all of the SEALs and Hassan's chat are like, oh, get that sex pest. Ha 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 ha. But it's literally poor argumentation. It's actually dumb. So it's bad. His wife, does your wife need a wife? Not yet. Not yet. She is, she and I are of the opinion that we should be monogamous and heterosexual. But the truth is there are a lot of chores that need to get done around the house. So, you know, I'll talk to her about it. Didn't you know that Dan Saltman is a Jew? Right? Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, proof your wife is real? Yeah, she just talked a second ago. That's the most suspicious thing you could have said. Nice. All right. So I hate to do this. I do parasocially love all of you. We did peak out at 100. We're like breaking 80 cross-platform right now. We've had a good time. Lots of memes. We took an hour-long segment. We took a 90-minute segment and we made it 4 hours long. But I do feel like we had a really good time while doing it. So you know, I don't think it's time wasted, right? I don't think it's time wasted if we're having a good time, right? You know, even if I yap too much, even if I put in too much criticism, I think it's fun. Think of it like, it doesn't Mahler, I forget what his channel is called, but Mahler does some like movie commentary. EFAP does like 12-hour commentaries on like 30-minute segments, right? So as a result, you know, I think that I'm entitled to breaking down the Super Bowl in this way. Counterpoints, call Dan the Diddler if you ever get into a shouting match with him again. Yeah, absolutely. They'll be like, "What's up, Counterpoints?" The CUNT, and I'll be like, "What's up, Dan the Diddler?" All right, I'll talk to her, Celeste. Thank you for your volunteering. Then, real quick shill for the VOD viewers, but also for you at home. Like the stream, obviously. That way people know that we're live. They come in, they enjoyed the VOD, et cetera, et cetera. Comment down below the videos for the comment god, so we also get more algorithmic bump. Watch the VODs. That way we get that sweet, sweet ad revenue, which cumulatively, if you're a brokey, watching long VODs and enjoying them and having fun is an excellent way to give me ad revenue, even if you cannot afford your even if you can't afford a YouTube premium subscription, I still get beautiful ad revenue off of VOD views. And then also, if you're a rich person or a poor person that has money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are always appreciated, but never required. We had Jeff Lewis, Joseph Moran, and Phil Coffey donate today. Thank you very much for your donations. It is always appreciated. So I got to run. Wife has that follow-up medical appointment. I parasocially love all of you. Thank you kindly for coming out today. It was a blast, and I had an excellent time. Jonah Boy says, I applied to 5 jobs today so far. Need to do more, but it's something good. Good, man. If you can listen to us in the background and still send off your resume, and hopefully you start making 20 grand a month, and we'll be eating, like you said. Love long and prosper, chat, says K-Soko. Indeed. I got some 07s coming in, chat. I'm saluting you back. Parasocial love. Go enjoy your other favorite streamers. Bye, guys.